Fox News.
We're preparing for the worst and hoping for the best.
Georgia Governor Brian Kemp declared a state of emergency. The same is in effect in several other states that have a massive storm this weekend from New Mexico to New England. Some areas could get over a foot of snow, but that is not the only problem. Fox weather meteorologist Bane Fronies in Texas, where it starts tonight.
Here in Dallas, we could see close to quarter to a half an inch of ice once all is said and done. On top of this, there is that small chance that the Dallas area could get a little bit of snow. A couple more inches on top of ice could also be incredibly dangerous. People thinking they're just driving on snow.
Now to a different kind of ice. A day of demonstration planned in Minnesota, angry over immigration raids and the recent related shootings. There are 40 below zero wind chills there. And as Fox's Madeline Rivera reports,
organizers of today's protests are calling for a pause in economic activity. So that means no work, no school, no shopping, as they demand ICE to stop their operations in Minnesota. The protest comes a day after Vice President J.D. Vance visited Minneapolis, blaming state and local officials for the unrest in the city.
These guys are trying to go out and enforce the law. They're trying to arrest sex offenders, but they're trying to do it in an environment where local officials have been told, do not help them, do not provide intelligence about where these sex offenders might be. This is disgraceful.
3 people have been arrested in the federal investigation into the anti-ICE protest inside a St. Paul church on Sunday. Back from his trip to Switzerland, President Trump on Truth Social called for the former special counsel who got him indicted twice to be prosecuted after Jack Smith testified at a House hearing.
Our investigation developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal activity.
Both of those cases over classified documents in the 2020 election were dropped after the president was elected again. More talks today trying to stop the war in Ukraine. Special U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff in Moscow meeting Russia's leader the day after a Trump meeting with Ukraine's president in Davos. America's listening to
Progressive Commercial knows truckers can expect the unexpected when driving, but a little heads up like this would still be nice.
Breaker, truck driver. I'm the local meteorologist. Just letting you know I got the days mixed up and a little bit of hail is coming. Over. Actually, it's a hailstorm. My bad. Over.
Be ready for the unexpected with primary liability limits up to $2 million on our specialty heavy truck coverage. Get a quote at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to terms and limits.
Welcome to the most wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, scream in terror, and start looking for new ways to save money. If that's you, why not cut your wireless bill in half with a saver plan from Pure Talk? You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super fast 5G network for just $20 a month. Ho, ho, ho. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will help you switch in minutes. Again, talk, text, and data for just $20 a month.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los are with you on this glorious, every Friday is a glorious Friday, but a Friday ahead of, some potentially crazy weather. You heard in the Fox News update, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp saying, hey, we're doing all we can to get ready, and Los is bunkered and hunkered down, ready to take on this terrible weather.
You're making me sound like I'm somehow in the fear bunker and just waiting to see what happens. But no, I thought it was important. Brian Kemp did announce that Georgia's going to be in a state of emergency, and you do that ahead of time so that you have access to federal dollars. So hopefully, whatever we're going to get, no matter the seriousness, we can get it fixed pretty quick.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing, at least in the models that I've been looking at this morning, kind of northwest Georgia, Calhoun, all the way down to, say, like south of I-20, as you head out toward Augusta, is like they have some moderate ice, right? That's probably not going to be brutal, but might be some down power lines, might be some power outages. Gainesville, Athens, and North Metro, they're labeling as significant ice. And then North Georgia mountains down to about Lake Lanier is severe. Major impact with travel nearly impossible.
I know people that live around there.
I know you do.
Hello.
I know.
and you.
Hello. Exactly. So those are just kind of give you an idea of what they're saying this morning. We'll talk to Fox 5 Chief Meteorologist David Chandley about 9 o'clock this morning to kind of get the the most updated, so we know exactly what we can expect. Because he told us, day before yesterday, Friday, we should have a real clear picture.
Yeah, as everything's kind of coming into focus, again, he told us on Wednesday that by Friday into Friday evening, we'll have a pretty good idea. Everyone that I have read who's local and obviously a meteorologist who does this really well, they've all said the same thing. These models continue to change. They know we're going to get something. It's just about the severity at this point.
Yeah, makes exactly right, man. So just be ready. Have Los talked about it yesterday. Just have all the computers charged and the phones charged, and some cans of soup or something.
And also, if you happen to have like one of my jobs for today, we have a lot of because of rec sports and club sports, we have a lot of water bottles around. I'm going to be filling them up.
Yep.
And I've got plenty of water, but this in my mind is what happens if you lose electricity and you lose some of your public services. I'm thinking about this in terms of what happened in Texas a couple years ago where my family was affected. There wasn't any way to get around. The power was out. The water was out. A lot of times the heating was out in some of the homes. So what do you do? That's my level of planning.
Yeah, no, it's just about being prepared. I mean, and this is going to last, 2 or 3 days, 3 or 4 days. And then, and I think that's on the extreme end.
I think so, too.
Yeah. But, just being prepared, I think, is a smart idea. And some of the counties, all the ones that you would expect, Barrow, Bartow, Cobb, Coweta, Dade, Dawson, just going in alphabetical order here, Fannin, Fayette, Fulton, Forsyth, you just all the metro counties, just be prepared, be ready. And I was laughing with the lady at the Waffle House last night for dinner with my sweet wife for my birthday, and she said, I went to Publix. No, went to Kroger. She said she went to Kroger because her husband is worked at Kroger for 22 years, and he's been working the last 2 or 3 days stocking shelves and keeping everything rolling. And she said he's been working 15-hour days in preparation. She said as soon as they stock the shelves, gone. She's like, I walked through there. He told me that morning what all he was stocking for the day, and it was already all gone.
It was my experience on Wednesday, I believe, maybe even Tuesday, when I went over, and I was just trying to get a case of water. Nothing crazy.
Yeah.
But at that point, on Tuesday into Wednesday, most of the water was gone. I didn't even check the toilet paper, but I keep hearing from others that the toilet paper is already disappearing.
What is it with toilet paper, man?
It's a comfort item is what it comes down to. And by the way, the reason why you keep more water on hand is that if the water ends up getting shut off, if you want to be able to use your toilet paper, you're going to need water to make sure your toilets are working.
That's exactly right. We have I've got 10 gallon of water down in the basement. I just keep that. Right?
I always just fill up the tub.
Yeah, which is it's another
smart,
one. Really smart.
Play.
Absolutely. Bryce, your dad has taught you well.
Except I haven't gone shopping yet. But.
Well, look, you'll probably starve to death then.
Oh, we got a problem here, Bryce. Got a real problem here.
Left.
I'm just going to go to Los's house. I'll be all right.
Yeah, there we go. Get yourself up to Cumming, up in far north Forsyth County.
As long as I have beer, I'm okay.
That's right.
I don't think that's a bad idea.
That's a young man's game there, Los.
Listen, I was told by my wife last night, and I was quite surprised by it. I said, I feel like we're in pretty good shape. I think I've got everything stocked. I already have, emergency food items that I've had for years. And she said, I'm going to need more wine, right? So
yeah.
So
gotta have that.
So I've got to make a run. I'll be ducking into the liquor store, making sure that there's plenty of Chardonnay around here. I guess.
Grab yourself a little treat there, Los.
That's right.
I think
do yourself a favor.
Do yourself a little favor too. Get yourself a little bit extra vodka. You never know.
Handle a Tito's or something. Yeah, it'll be like it's funny because I expect today, and probably through midday or so tomorrow, that the liquor stores will look like they do on New Year's Eve.
They should.
People getting
plan accordingly.
That's right. I love it. And so we've been on dry January. So I usually break dry January for my birthday, and we're going to go out to dinner tonight, and then go see a cover band play in downtown Alpharetta. So yeah, we're about to get wild and crazy, but we'll need to swing in there at some point. Just
buy a couple of bags of stuff to have in the car and just keep them in the car.
That's
so
right.
by the time we get around to, I get the impression that we should be okay, and we'll have to see how things start to evolve into Saturday.
Yeah,
and I believe
right.
that's what things are looking like right now.
Telltale. There you go. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. So I guess that's kind of the first thing to know, but there's more. There's additional.
Way out west, there's a show.
Which one?
The Morning Xtra.
Oh.
The Morning Xtra.
Oh, I love that.
Tug Los.
Try to be.
Deep in the story. Breaking
Front Office Los putting together incredible songs for our show. Man, I've never been on a show that actually has its own song. It's for the first time
with
ever.
your name in it.
Yeah, well, that too. I'd never even considered that, but yes, that too. And this is just the discussion first thing in the morning. We covered the weather already, but what we haven't covered, and that people will be talking about at the water cooler today around the office, the whispers of the arrest of some of the church stormers. 3 people specifically, 2 BLM activists and 1 crazy white dude. Those.
Yeah, and this is a factor because of the inaction that we've typically had around Pam Bondi, in my opinion. Because we have James Comey dead to rights. Well, you screwed up the indictment. All right, the guy then gets to basically walk free and not have to worry about what's going on. You've had the same thing with Tisha James. So right now it's a matter of like, okay, is this administration that keeps talking about illegality, will it ever put any skins on the wall? Well, finally, like, okay, we've got this thing going. Now, we're not getting Don Lemon as of now.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've seen it last night into this morning. He's daring them. Come get me. Y'all ain't done nothing. Come get me.
Sure. But the rest of them, the fact that we had it, and the guy that's been very, very vocal out there, he is the William Kelly. He's the one who wears the F Trump hat, that claims to be a veteran. He gets coverage in the news as a veteran. Turns out, no. He worked in administration within the military and got discharged for poor conduct.
Imagine that.
Imagine that. It's like that's what his real history is. And so you now have 3 of them that are part of the most loud people and the ringleaders of this. We'll see how much further it goes, but that's a discussion point. To go along with J.D. Vance being in Minneapolis, he flew in, he flew out. And those jokers last night were at his hotel banging pots and pans, thinking they were keeping him up.
Yeah, but he had left 5 hours earlier. They were out there with trombones and pots and pans. I'm not kidding, right? Trombones. You know, they're trying to play songs, trying to keep he and his family up. And it was shared on social media. And I wasn't sure it was true, Los. I wasn't. I was like, this looks like it could be one of those tweets that you just don't know. Let's sit back and see. J.D. Vance quote tweeted it with just the laughing emoji going, yep, that's exactly right. They ain't bothered us at all. I love it, dude.
That's when I thought it was official. Because so much of what's coming out of Minneapolis is a lot of, well, these are all the people that we were able to have show up at this rally. And when you look into it, it really wasn't that many. It wasn't at the right location. This is a little bit of hearsay. To have J.D. Vance basically acknowledge, no, I was there, and they're doing that, and it's funny.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Bunch of clowns out there freezing to death, playing a trombone, beating on pots of pans.
It's like it's 15 degrees outside, and you fools are, by the way, minus 15 degrees outside, and you fools are out there.
How deranged do you have to be? Like, what possesses you to do something like that? I got an idea. Why don't we go disturb the vice president? I think I know where he's staying. We'll get a bunch of people out there. We'll bang on pots and pans, keep him up all night. Not knowing if he's there or not, that's the first misstep. Because, Los, if you came to me and said, hey, we're going to go get this guy, I'd be like, okay, well, how do you know he's there? Like, wouldn't there be some basic questions you would ask before you went out there and did that?
You mean I would screen you a little bit? How do we know?
Yeah, are you sure?
Are you sure?
Yeah, are you sure? And then, how stupid do you look? If you're one of the people out there blowing on a trombone, negative 15 degrees, we're worried about the weather here. Like this morning, it's 44 degrees. It's bearable. And we're expecting some ice. They live that. That's what they live every day. Who wants to stand outside in negative 15 degree weather and play a musical instrument?
So there's a real lack of imagination here.
Yes.
For instance, when we would talk to Tug about some of the sophisticated hardware and software that he worked with in the Navy, we were flat out like, Tug, how futuristic was it? And he's like, it's like 20 years ahead of anything that the civilian population has. And that was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. We talked about what happened in Venezuela and how every one of those drug boats, we told you on decent authority, listen, they know exactly what's on those boats. There's people that are operating in the area. This is what they're doing. Here's their mode of communications. And people out there thought like, oh, no, you're full of it. Well, let me tell you about the level of sophistication of these people. Okay?
Yeah.
These people actually have set up chat lines where they're coordinating, hey, give us a call. Tell us when somebody's on the move. Tell us where somebody is. And Blue Lives Matter as an organization has gotten involved by calling in across the country false reports of where ICE is operating and where they're at. So these fools keep showing up at different places and no one's there. And for some reason, they think to themselves, we have the most sophisticated communication. It's just like the military. No, it's not.
No, you're not even in the ballpark, dude.
You're standing in front of a hotel
playing a trombone,
15, playing a trombone like a fool, and J.D. Vance is back in Washington sleeping comfortably,
laughing at you. You're not only are you not sophisticated, you can't even ask questions to make sure that you're doing the right thing. You didn't even do the basic investigative work.
Is he in there? Yeah.
That's
so.
what.
Play the trombone, Clarence.
Loud. Play it loud. Get on a run. Invite your friends. Bring the drums. We'll do it all.
Come on, revolutionaries. Play that trumpet.
Can you imagine how much fun it would be if you were the Blue Lives Matter people calling in these things? Like, hey, got a hot tip for you.
They've now posted, and you know what? This might be something that's fun to do at some point, but they've now posted nationwide all these call-in lines. We got to experiment with this. Maybe even next week we call a few of them live on the air and file some false reports.
I heard Donald Trump's at the Cracker Barrel.
I know you're not going to believe this, but I saw Scott Besson at the Cracker Barrel off Highway 9 over in Alpharetta. You got to get there quick.
Hurry. If you hurry, you can get him in time. You can disturb his dinner. It'll be great. You get national press. They'll put you on social media. You'll be a hero. You'll be a darling.
I saw him. Oh, you don't understand. Hey, there's been a sighting of Marco Rubio near the Pink Pony. Right. We got to get out there.
Marco was eating at the local Cuban restaurant. That's where he is. just whatever one of the stereotypical. So good.
You don't understand. I saw Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He was at the Claremont Lounge and he
had his shirt off.
And he had his shirt off. We got to get there.
Hurry up. We're going to get these guys. Boy, they got no chance against us.
That's exactly what we need to consider.
That's right.
I got to make sure these lines are live so we can do some of this.
I love it. It's a good Friday already, and it's only 6:18. Quickly, too, violent crime hits a low in the United States, the lowest since, I think, the 1900s, or maybe even actually 1900. 20-year low. And when you think about, the behavior of folks like in blue cities, these are the people that have, implemented like social justice policies. So they're not helping anything. Trump is the one tackling crime on this. 20% drop in 1 year. Lowest murder rate. Okay, here's my notes right on this. Lowest murder rate since 1900. That's what it is. So biggest 1 year drop in American history. And I would like to ask the folks if we could call somebody while we're prank calling the revolutionaries. If we could just pick up the phone and call somebody in Memphis, maybe New Orleans, Chicago, or Washington D.C. and just ask them, hey, what do you think made this significant drop in the murder rate? I bet they would say because Donald Trump put the National Guard in our cities and we were able to let our kids go outside for the first time in years.
And I think it's also a mentality change. Remember, at the end of Trump 1, when we had this push for this BLM movement that was largely supported by NGOs and trying to make it seem bigger than it was and that supporting police officers was racist, that is so far gone.
Yeah.
And it also it died away during the Biden administration as violent crime rose around the country. This administration put much more of an emphasis on not only will we show up in your cities with the National Guard, but you're going to have our full-fledged support that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing in these communities. And so take a look. I think it's a really simple way of looking at this. If you police particular communities correctly and aggressively, there is a limited amount of people that actually commit most of the crime. And if you prosecute them and actually lock them up, it's amazing how crime starts to fall. Yeah. You always hear stories, Tug, of this guy had a crime of passion. He shot himself and his wife. And you go, okay, that's a horrible story. All right, that's 1 in like 10 million. Most of the time, it's the same people doing the same sort of crimes. And if you lock them up, crime rates go down.
Yes, sir. That's exactly right. And if you listen to Donald Trump, he gets it done. And it's kind of the same way with the economy. And we'll get into that a little bit later in the show, too, because they said, nope, that's not going to lower the crime rate. It did. They told Trump, no, you can't jumpstart the economy, can't get to 4%+ or 5%. He can't do that. No way. And yet he has. It just seems like they get him wrong every time. The experts are always wrong. When we come back, there are some who cannot handle freedom. On the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Tug and Los until 10, 6 o'clock hours brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett.
Wherever you are in Georgia, you can stream Extra 106.3 and crystal clear digital with the all-new Extra 106.3 app. Get Extra's live on-air stream in real time, or go back and listen to all your favorite shows, Neil Bortz, or original podcasts, no matter where you go. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Faith, family, freedom. These are the cornerstones of America and the foundation for a successful life. But today, all three are under attack. Crushing debt, out-of-control spending, and reckless policies in Washington are threatening your savings, your retirement, and your future. Hi, this is Glenn Beck. The only financial advisory firm I recommend in Atlanta is Nicholas Wealth Management. David Nicholas and his team believe protecting your money is about more than wealth. It's about defending your faith, your family, and your freedom. If your hard-earned retirement is left exposed to market chaos, higher taxes, or inflation, what happens to the life you've worked so hard to build? For over 20 years, David Nicholas has helped families right here in Atlanta fight back with retirement strategies built to better withstand uncertainty. Call Nicholas Wealth Management today, 404-890-5606, or visit nicholaswealth.com. Aim to safeguard your future today.
Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm that uses a variety of different investment strategies. Glenn Beck is not a client and is paid for his endorsement.
Ain't nothing beats the cozy comfort of a warm fireplace on a cool Georgia night. Tug here for Chimney Solutions. But before you light that fire, make sure the chimney's clean, safe, and ready with my friends at Chimney Solutions. Atlanta's trusted chimney experts for over 25 years. Did you know that a dirty and damaged chimney could lead to dangerous carbon monoxide leaks or even chimney fires? Don't take that chance. Chimney Solutions certified technicians use state-of-the-art equipment to ensure your home and family are protected. They also specialize in gas log conversion, fireplace remodeling, and energy-efficient chimney caps that keep pests and rain out and heat in. From cozy cottages to luxurious homes, thousands of Atlantans trust Chimney Solutions to keep the heart of their home burning bright. Visit chimneysolutions.com to read actual customer testimonials. chimneysolutions.com. Chimney Solutions, keeping Georgia homes safe, warm, and beautiful for over 25 years.
Hey Atlanta, if you're shopping for a compact SUV and automatically think you have to buy an import to get all the features you want, think again.
The 2026 Chevrolet Trax delivers everything the imports do, minus one thing, the higher price. And right now you'll find the 2026 Chevy Trax at Jim Ellis Chevrolet, priced below $30,000.
A big reason more Atlanta drivers are choosing Jim Ellis when it's time to buy. At Jim Ellis Chevrolet, the Trax gives you modern styling, great fuel economy, advanced safety technology, and the everyday comfort drivers expect.
You'll get a big touchscreen, smart driver assist features, and plenty of room for passengers and cargo, all in a compact SUV that fits your life and your budget.
When you compare it to the imports, the value is clear, and that's exactly what Jim Ellis Chevrolet is known for.
Enjoy a straightforward buying experience, transparent pricing, and a team that respects your time. That's the Jim Ellis difference.
Shop online at JimEllisChevrolet.com or visit Jim Ellis Chevy on Peachtree Industrial just inside the perimeter.
Jim Ellis Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Ready to sell your home fast and for top dollar? Trust Design to Sell. Staging and interior design experts recognized as one of the top 10 staging companies in the nation. From stylish redesigns to full-service staging, Design to Sell creates spaces buyers fall in love with. Faster sales, better offers. That's the power of great design. Call 678-505-1433 or visit homedesign2sell.com and ask for the fan special.
File your taxes for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Valid for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
It's January 23rd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. It's National Pie Day, and no, it's not the one to find the circumference of a circle. Whether you like apple, pecan, or coconut cream, there are no wrong answers when it comes to the kind of pie you enjoy. Before you grab your favorite slice of pie, here's a little piece of trivia. The first pies appeared around 9500 BC. Also on this date, in 1973, President Richard Nixon announced the end of U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War as the Paris Peace Accords were signed. The president said the agreement would end the war and bring peace with honor. And Elvis Presley led the first class of inductees into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1986. He was joined by other legendary figures like Chuck Berry and James Brown. If it's your birthday today, you share it with the first man to sign the Declaration of Independence, John Hancock, born in 1737. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Friday, January 23rd, and here are your headlines. Cherokee Emergency Management says crews are preparing for an incoming winter storm with potential ice accumulation, pre-treating roads with salt and sand ahead of dangerous conditions. Officials are continuing to warn drivers to stay off icy roads as they use utility partners to coordinate response efforts. Marietta City Schools have adjusted its weekend schedule due to forecasted winter weather, requiring all Saturday activities to end by noon and canceling all Sunday events as the district monitors conditions. Leaders say preparations are underway to keep the building safe and will decide on school operations for the next week based on how the storm evolves. And finally, the Cobb Chamber annual dinner was moved from this weekend to a later date because of the poor weather forecast linked to the same winter system impacting the region. Event organizers said all registrations and sponsorships will be honored for the new date. Today's weather is cloudy with a high of 53 and a low of 40. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los, happy that you're here with us on Extra 106.3, whether you're listening at 106.3 FM, 12:30 a.m. on the app or streaming YouTube channel. Good morning. I know people are up and at them doing it that way. But I want to bring in something that Marty called in, and we're having some difficulty with the phone, so we couldn't get Marty on. But
we've got so many technical issues going on this morning.
What in the
between
world?
Computer systems and phone systems. We are fortunate that we have our YouTube feed up.
No kidding, dude. I mean, it's just been a mess. It's been a mess today. But we, we've shouldered it and we've got through it. And gosh, halfway through the 9 o'clock hour already.
You just jinxed it.
I know, right? I promise. I just stepped in it for sure. Right?
Getting ready to go on to syndicated programming and momentarily.
Yeah, everything.
But no, a great point. It was off of. We talked about people that can't handle freedom.
Marty called in and said, people who can't stand freedom, like prisoners who can't handle it on the outside and can't wait to get locked up and to go back in because they have structure. They're told what to do, and I guess to them, easier.
It's an institutionalized mindset that it's easier to have somebody think for you, tell you where to be, tell you what to do, than to be on your own. And I do believe that there is a mindset. There's such a thing as the revolutionary who just wants to light everything on fire. Like, that does exist. But there are those people that life has gotten to the point where they would rather be ruled by kings and queens than to have their own personal freedom.
Funny, because I'm not trying to change the subject, but yesterday it just flashed me back to the banner that was flying over Davos that said no kings, conveniently forgetting that most of those countries still have kings.
Still have royalty.
Insane. These people are nuts. But it also takes me to the point, and I know you've seen it and I've seen it, and probably you listening have seen it over the years, where years ago, when the Cold War was finally over and a Russian person would come to the United States and they would go in the grocery store and they just couldn't believe their eyes at all the variety of bread. They're like, wait, that's all of those?
Hold on. All this for sale?
And then you have fools like in New York City that say, we want to experience what those Russian people experienced.
We need government-run stores.
Everything. We want them to take over everything because then it'll be fair. Ask the Russian person how fair it was. It was never fair. It was always beneficial to those at the top, and that's what socialism, communism all are. Javier Milei actually addressed that at over in Davos.
It's a strange thing that you have people that are willing to fight and have revolutions over free will. And that's the very basis of our country, that we are created by God and we've been given free will for self-determination. And we're willing to fight a revolution over that. Yeah, and then we can talk about taxation and everything else, but that's the core of what the belief system was. Then you have people that want the free will to reject free will. And that's just kind of the nature of man, right? You have free will to reject free will.
That doesn't even seem like it could be a real thing. But in my head.
Yeah.
The free will, think about what Lo said. Because it's pretty telling. You have the free will to reject free will. I don't want that.
I want a cradle-to-grave society.
Right. I want somebody to take care of me from the minute I get up to the minute I go to bed, from the day I'm born till the day I die. But the problem is, they're not taking care of you. That's the folly of it all.
Well, and so much of, and I'm glad it's going away, but the core aspects of DEI was really about, we're going to have all the same experience. Doesn't matter how hard you work.
Mm-mm.
Doesn't matter how much more you work.
Mm-mm.
Doesn't matter who you are, your level of talent, your level of expertise, your personality. You will all get the equality of outcomes. It's like, that means they're all fair. No, it doesn't mean they're all fair.
No.
It means they're all the same.
That's right.
Which is the core of communism.
And most of the time, not even most of the time, all the time, the outcome is bad for anybody that's not on the very top. The outcome is the same, and it sucks just as badly for everybody. I mean, think about the people in Venezuela that talk about the people in Cuba that talk about these very same things because they've lived under that oppressive rule where, yeah, it sounds really good. It's so easy to package it and sell it. We're going to take care of everything. Everything's free.
We got you.
Everything's free.
You don't understand.
Yeah, clear. That's
government housing. You're good. You don't have to worry about anything.
And they can't even raise the rent on you. Now, don't take into consideration, don't pull back the curtain on Oz, because when they can't raise the rent, what happens when the AC goes down? Let's say it goes down in a bunch of different units. Oh, all of a sudden you're living without AC, or you're living without heating because the infrastructure of the building's crumbling because they can't afford it anymore. They can't afford to keep it up. So yeah, you're living there free, but boy, it's a terrible place to live.
So I was into a documentary from Prime.
Shocking.
It was on, I know. Imagine super nerd watching nerd documentaries. This is what I do. I was watching one on Chernobyl while I was in Carline. And I'd seen, like, the HBO miniseries is really good. The documentary on Prime does a pretty good job of following it, telling the story, and giving you stuff you didn't know about. But one of the aspects that they get into was that because of that happening in Ukraine, under Russian leadership, in a communist nation, the communists, first and foremost, had to lie about everything in society no matter what. Because you had to give off the illusion that they were the power. And yes, they were in power, but they were infallible. And by the time we get to a meltdown of a nuclear reactor that causes problems all across Europe, and they blame the 3 people that ran the test, the real data was that it was made pretty haphazardly. They didn't know how to make nuclear reactors safe. They made them Russian safe, which caused a fallout that probably caused cancer to hundreds of thousands of people and killed thousands of people.
Still to this day, unusable land.
Sure.
You can't go near it.
But they could not ever tell you the truth that the fault was theirs. That's the nature of what happens in communism. And until that wall comes crumbling down and you recognize the reality, you're caught in this la-la land. It's like, how quickly will you take the red pill and go, hey, something's not right here?
What is it like Chairman Mao swimming across the rivers? And
yes, when he swam across a river at his age, I think at the time he was like 70. And what they told you is it's like an 8-mile river. And They're like, look how virile he is. Look how young. He didn't swim that river.
Of course not.
But that was the story. To sell to you, Chairman Mao's is strong.
Much like talking about the superhuman brain, we know everything. We never show weakness.
And we can all look at the Chinese. During that era, as we got into the Chinese Revolution, we got into that era where you would say, how did y'all all fall for that? How did all these young people fall for this guy who's 70-something years old? He claims he's a strong swimmer. He swims across a river, and that to show you, this is why he deserves to lead. We had people fall for Joe Biden was normal.
Dude, I had just written it down. That's exactly right. Chairman Mao.
So let's not mock the Chinese. It was the same game.
That's exactly right. And the people are still falling for it, Los. That's the sad part. They're still falling for it, thinking that the Democrat Party is going to save them. Donald Trump's the bad guy here because he's telling you the truth. Joe Biden, he was beloved. When he went to meet with European leaders and our European allies, he was treated so well. Yeah, he was. Because they could push him around. They could do anything they wanted to. Yet Jake Tapper every night would tell you how spry he is because that's what the administration told him. He never bothered to challenge that narrative. He never bothered to challenge Chairman Mao swimming across the 8 Mile River. He couldn't do that. That's what he said when he came out with that book. If you recall, Los, when he came out with the book, giving the behind-the-scenes play-by-play that he never gave you while it was happening, he said, well, I couldn't really do anything about it. There's no way for me to know. That's what the government told me. It's falling for the 8 Mile River swim by Chairman Mao. It's the exact same thing. And you see how left the Democrat Party is and how much they embrace socialism and communism. They're using the same tactics.
July 16th, 1966. I had to give you the exact data. Chairman Mao at 72 years old. They claim that he swam and covered the 15 kilometers, 9.3 miles in 65 minutes.
60? Of course.
72 years old, turning 73 in 5 months. Tug, it's your birthday.
Yeah.
I think if you took the Chairman Mao challenge, you wouldn't see your next birthday.
No, of course I wouldn't.
Neither would I.
And I mean, I'm in decent health, decent shape.
But not 72 and swimming 9 miles across a raging river.
On my birthday at 49, I couldn't do it. Not an 8 Mile River. Get out of here. But they also told you, since we're picking dates, let's go to Saturday, June 18th, 2022.
Oh, yes.
Gordon Ponds in Delaware. Joe Biden getting off his bicycle when he fell down.
It's totally fine.
They said he was totally fine. They said everything was good to go. When he was in Normandy and he's wandering off into the woods. And Georgia Maloney from Italy had to go and take him by his arm because she was being very gentle. That's what you do with the elderly. And she walked him back over to be in the picture, but they told you he was just fine. It's the same tactics being used. And so when you see them tell you that ICE is terrible and ICE is awful, and Los had the percentage number this morning, 93% of the reporting from the mainstream media says the exact same thing. They're doing it to you again.
They're telling you what's what. It's not true. By the way, in this account, it says Mao primarily floated downstream with a strong current rather than actively swimming. So it's supported by bodyguards and boats.
They told you Joe Biden's shoes were the problem.
Yeah. Told me all sorts of stuff. Like, I can't believe you put that sandbag in the middle. You know you don't put a sandbag in the middle
of the Air Force Academy.
In the Air Force Academy in the middle of the stage. He ain't going to dodge a sandbag. Look out for the sandbag.
Tell me you're not falling for it.
That's how this game works.
Tell me you're not falling for it. Tell me your Aunt Peg's not falling for it.
I'm so glad you remember the story of Chairman Mao swimming the river.
Well, but it just lined up because when you get the story time on it, I couldn't help but I was like, that's exactly like I see history repeating itself.
It's the same communist game. It's the lie until you red pill your way out of it.
They say with socialism and communism too, you can vote your way in. You'll have to shoot your way out. Be careful for who you vote for. Tug and Los, Here on Extra 106.3, thank you for being here. We're so grateful that you spend the morning with us as much as you can. And wanted to let you know, as Winter Storm Fern brings sub-freezing temperatures with a chance of snow and ice, Georgia Power is prepared and ready to respond. Their storm center monitors conditions around the clock, and crews are placed across the state to safely respond as quickly as possible to any potential outages. Stay safe by preparing an emergency kit, which Los and I had talked about in the first segment this morning. Get those essential supplies. Make sure you have a generator outside, away from enclosed spaces, avoiding any downed or low-hanging wires. For more tips and real-time updates, follow Georgia Power on social media, download their mobile app, or visit georgiapower.com/storm. When we come back, the priorities of the Democrat Party do not take America or you into account.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, January 23rd. From the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons have started their interview process as they look for a new team general manager. The team has interviewed James Lipfert, who has been working for the Houston Texans as their assistant general manager of the team. Bears assistant GM Ian Cunningham, 49ers director of scouting and football operations Josh Williams, and Steelers assistant GM Eric Weedle are all on the list to be interviewed. From the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks are back in action tonight at State Farm Arena as they host the Phoenix Suns. That tip-off is set for 7:30. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Braves fans, get ready because Braves Fest is back on 31st, presented by Delta. And there's a great lineup of events and Braves fans, get ready because Braves Fest is back on January 31st, presented by Delta. And there's a great lineup of events and activities for everyone to enjoy. This free Fan Fest includes returning fan favorites like player photo ops, Catch on the Field, the Braves Fashion Show, Bowling with the Braves, and more. And fans can enjoy new additions like the Player Walk and Rally to lead off the day, Braves Country Karaoke, live podcast recordings, and the list goes on. Plus, player autograph sessions are now on sale for purchase. And on Friday, January 30th, dust off your denim and diamonds and join the Braves for the Braves Fest Country Gala, presented by Truist. This high-energy rodeo night benefits the Atlanta Braves Foundation and offers exclusive access to your Braves players. Cowboys and cowgirls can brand their own hats. Enjoy live music and line dancing and so much more. Visit Braves.com/BravesFest to learn more. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves Country.
Hey, it's John Michaels, and look, some things are bigger than sports. In 2021, 13 American heroes gave their lives in Afghanistan, and 13 Heroes Premium Spirits was created to honor their sacrifice. You can make a real impact. Order direct at 13heroes.com, and every bottle sold means a donation straight to the heroes helping heroes at the Warrior Alliance. This clean, award-winning line of spirits are guaranteed to exceed expectations. Whether you're hosting a game or giving a gift, do something special. Order at 13heroes.com.
0 is a powerful number. It can mean you have nothing, but it's really powerful when it means you pay nothing. That's where Dobbs Heating and Air comes in. Right now, the Dobbs family is offering a $0 10-year labor warranty on all new HVAC systems. If you think you might need a new system soon, now is the time to install a new unit with Dobbs Heating and Air for that $0 10-year warranty. That means $0 repairs for 10 years. Great deals, even better service. That's Dobbs HVAC. Get started at DobbsHVAC.com. That's DobbsHVAC.com.
My friend Steven, the health insurance doctor, asked me to open with this. Open enrollment ended January 15th for Marketplace plans, but what they don't tell you is this. You can buy more affordable health insurance year-round outside the Marketplace. This message is for anybody who bought an Obamacare plan and had to stretch just to pay the first month premium. You're not irresponsible. You're stuck in a system run by people who never miss a paycheck. The enhanced subsidies expired. Congress failed. Premiums are soaring. Subsidy cliff is back. If you make more than expected, you might owe it all back at tax time. That's why you call Steven, the health insurance doctor. He helps people move into corporate-style plans with nationwide PPO options and benefits. They pay by the service. Congress let you down, Steven. Well, here's a number, 678-523-0759. Or visit healthinsurancedoctor.net. Takes about 10 minutes. No obligation, just clarity. Steven, the health insurance doctor, healthinsurancedoctor.net.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
You know, Los, we found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee.
How do you prove that?
We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal.
How much can people save when they buy their next vehicle with the honest car guy?
I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, on a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000. But it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%, or really it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. The honest car guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, try the honest car guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
It's the hardest working part of your home, your garage door. When it fails, you need someone you can trust. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. When the largest and most important opening of your home breaks, don't hire a schmo. Call the local name you know, All Four Seasons. Ask your neighbors. We offer upfront pricing, free estimates on all major brands, and 24/7 service. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Attention Warriors, are you a veteran ready to navigate to success after service? Tune in to the Warrior Alliance Network. Join us as we spotlight inspiring stories, provide essential resources, and connect you with a community dedicated to empowering veterans. From career advice to health and wellness tips, the Warrior Alliance Network is your go-to hub for post-service success. Tune in Saturday mornings at 11 a.m. on Xtra 106.3. Join us on the mission, the Warrior Alliance Network, where warriors thrive together. Visit us at thewarrioralliance.org for more information.
This is the Morning Extra on Xtra 106.3. Ahead of the potential crazy weather. And just so you know, we've got Chief Meteorologist from Fox 5, David Chanley, coming up at 9 to guide you, to hold your hand through this process, make sure that you have the most up-to-date information so you can prepare for the weekend. Los and I already told you the things you need to do. And, I mean, who wouldn't listen to us? I mean, really.
I mean, it makes sense, except my wife.
That's right.
Just had a frustrating moment.
What?
I'm going to share with the group.
Right now? It just happened?
I was just running some things upstairs. She's looking at the pantry, and she's like, well, what do we do if this happens? And I go, yeah, I already started that on Monday.
Uh-huh.
She, but what if we lose power? And I go, well, then we're going to do this.
Need a Generac.
And yeah, I was going to say that's the next one.
That's right.
But yeah, so I'm just laying this all out there, and she's doing the, well, you know, I just hadn't really started thinking about it till now. Like, I probably need some coffee so I could think about it. And there's a part where, I don't know, maybe it's the whole thing of her position she has within a company. Not everything requires your involvement.
Right. Some things have already been taken care of.
Some some people have already been way ahead of the game.
Yes, exactly right. So that's the reason if
middle management tried to make a call on this one, and I'm sitting back going, you're not really involved in this.
Middle management. That's great.
Assistant GM made the call.
That's right.
Well, what about water? Well, what the hell do you think is sitting outside that I've been collecting up here and down in the basement?
How about those 10 cases right over there? You know, 40 pack from Costco or Sam's Club or whatever. Dude, I got us fixed up. Don't you worry, girl.
I was like, just settle down here.
Yeah, simmer down.
Now go put on something nice, you know.
I hope she's not in the room.
Oh, no, come on.
It would have been awesome if she walked in right about that point and go put something nice on for Daddy.
Listen, that treadmill's not going to run itself. You put on something nice and go get on that thing.
Yeah, I mean, I seen the dog walking on it. Can we get everybody? Let's get everybody involved. Let's get you involved too, sweet girl. The idea of TDS, some people dismiss it. I do not. We don't on the show because we see it play out all the time. It's really real. And if you don't believe me, I want you to listen to Democrat Representative Jason Crow. He has 3 priorities. As we head into the midterms, 3 priorities. And none of them are focused on you or the American people.
This president is a danger to this country and this democracy. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at all options. All of our options must be on the table, from impeachment, the 25th Amendment, to winning elections, which is actually my primary goal right now as the recruitment chair for House Democrats is to win elections and to take power away from Donald Trump.
So I heard impeach, 25th Amendment, focused on the midterms to get the power back. Odd that he would throw that one out there. Really, you're going to get the power back? Okay, and just the things that he prioritizes doesn't align with me or my family or the economy or keeping the country safe. None of those things, Los, did he mention. It was only power, and I've got to go get Donald Trump because he's the real threat.
I would imagine that if people had a stronger grasp of history, they would giggle over this stuff the way I do. And I know a lot of people out there that follow this stuff in the 1%. We do giggle over this stuff. Every time it's, Donald Trump's a threat to democracy. All right, they were already told stop saying that. It's not working. Every single time you say it, it's an immediate turnoff. If you really think about the last 100 years, well, hell, if you just think about the last 6 years, the biggest threat to democracy was a stolen election. That was under Joe Biden and all of the treachery that happened. Okay, you remember that. At one point in this country, we had a president who used an emergency to make sure that he stayed in office beyond 2 terms, to the point where this country had to make it a clear point. You can't keep staying in office and treat yourself like a king, FDR. In fact, when he died, you can look back at the news stories of there was a little bit of relief of, the Republic was in pretty weird shape with that one. That guy was taking advantage of an emergency when it came to a war being on. Those are the people that are the threat to democracy. It's always been them.
Yes, it was, and it will remain that way. And you can just listen. They'll tell you who they are. They're not afraid to tell you that you're not the priority, that the country's not the priority. Our power is.
Well, Tug, you don't understand. This time, because it didn't happen last time, but this time, Donald Trump won't leave office. And he'll cancel elections.
And you brought up FDR, the only person to actually stay in office more than 2 terms. But yet, it's Donald Trump. And if you recall, FDR, Democrat. I'm just throwing that out there.
Just to
season the conversation.
I just remember one time he, kind of took a significant amount of Americans and actually put them into camps because they were of Japanese heritage.
Has Donald Trump put anybody into camps because they're heritage?
Not yet.
Do you expect it? It's got to be coming.
No.
At some point?
No, hasn't
Jason
happened.
Crow wouldn't lie.
Listen, Jason Crow would try and tell me that every single illegal here that is detained and then sent out of here, that is somehow the same as Japanese internment.
No, I know. It's so beyond ridiculous. The comparisons that they make never, ever add up. And their experts are always wrong. They always get it wrong, from the economy to Davos, to everything. They get it wrong. And the people that exercise the most overreaching power, as Los pointed out, the Biden administration, a stolen election, COVID, they had their experts come out and tell you, no, you have to stay 6 feet apart. Well, what's that from? We just made it up. Who believes these people at this point? If you believe these people, you got to get yourself in a better state of mind.
You have to be, and let me try and make the difference here. When the Trump administration was blowing up drug boats and talking about drugs, and you had the left going like, this can't possibly be about drugs. Tug and I go, this ain't about drugs. Okay?
That's right.
We were talking about, this is about the assertion of power in the Western Hemisphere and flushing out the Russian, the Chinese, and any sort of Iranian aggression. Yep. We were telling you the big picture of what it was. Now, is that me or Tug telling you that the administration's lying to you? So, no, what they're doing is making sure you get the digestible part down first.
That's right.
They're not going to tell you about the part that's harder to digest. So it's one of those scenarios where what comes out of the left leadership, the Aunt Pegs of the world, they parrot it immediately. I don't think there's a better example, and we'll get into it in the next hour, of the 5-year-old arrested. They all start parroting it. Yeah. Whereas you and I are flat out saying, hey, they're telling you it's this, it's not. It's about not. This.
And then J.D. Vance, the vice president, goes and says, you realize, it's made it to the vice president's point, to his level, where he feels like he needs to address it. It's so absurd and so wrong, but that's what mainstream media does. They love pushing this out there because obviously they side with the Democrat Party and have for 50 or 60 or 70 years, maybe forever. So when you hear these easily digestible nuggets, and it's so easy to convince Aunt Peg, like, I can't believe what they're doing to the 5-year-old. So much so that the vice president of the United States has to take time out of his day to say, you realize this is foolish and not real. Here's the real story.
Well, we're just now about 2 weeks removed from. There was a woman. She dropped off her kid. She was just driving home. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and she panicked. She didn't even hit the officer, yet he shot her in cold blood. Okay. None of that turned out to be true. And it was known within the first couple of hours from all the video feeds that none of it was true. The more stuff that came out, the more. Have you noticed how they ran from that one?
Yep.
Nobody's bringing that one up anymore. Here's on to their new one. I told you, these people are opportunists. They try to find imaging they think is going to work for them. And most of the time, they make it up. These are the same people that were using AI to create crowd sizes for Kamala Harris and then tried to tell us, oh, look at the crowd sizes of people that showed up. It's like, it's AI, dude. I know AI. Why do all those people have 3 fingers?
Why does the logo on the shirt not spell anything?
Yes.
That's exactly right, man. They will lie to you. Opportunists, exactly right. All right, when we come back after a Fox News update, by now you've heard about that 5-year-old that we were just discussing that ICE arrested. To hear the real story next on the Morning Extra.
Wherever you are in Georgia, you can stream Extra 106.3 and crystal clear digital with the all-new Extra 106.3 app. Get Extra's live on-air stream in real time, or go back and listen to all your favorite shows, Neil Bortz, or original podcasts, no matter where you go. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming. The future of business in Georgia is bright, and Georgia Power is a driving force behind the businesses and organizations that are vital to the growth of the state. Just ask Mark O'Brien, President and CEO of Lake Point Sports, the premier travel and youth sports destination.
One of the things that Georgia Power really prides themselves on is being involved in the community, being service-oriented. And one thing that we've really collaborated with them on is their real-time pricing, and we work with them on whether it's really hot or really cold, particularly for the Champion Center, how we manage cost efficiency during those times. And so they've had programs in place that allow us to manage it to the best of our ability to reduce the cost when it's at its peak of most expensive energy.
To learn more about how Georgia Power is helping businesses big and small, visit georgiapower.com and tune in all year to discover how they're powering the future of Georgia.
When I first started using a CPAP, getting supplies and equipment was a horrible hassle. It pretty much stayed that way until I discovered CPAPsetcetera.com. Same-day shipping on anything you might need, including travel CPAPs, hoses, masks, you name it. Same-day shipping. CPAPsetc.com or visit their store in Alpharetta. So easy, and you could be preserving your health and saving your life.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the Honest Car Guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
At the Honest Car Guy, the entire process is completely transparent. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee, and we even prove it by giving you a copy of the bill of sale. We can sell you any make, any year, any model, and at the Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
The Morning Extra, every weekday on your drive to work on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
Maybe you can, you've got it just sitting on your mantle, and there's the ashes, and you're like, Daddy, did you hear what they said today? I know you did, Daddy.
be odd talking to some ashes. If you spill them, they'll be everywhere.
That's right.
It'd be bad news. Can you
Daddy,
imagine?
Daddy,
Where
Daddy.
are you? Where's the vacuum, Mama? I got to get Daddy.
Did you hear about the Morning Extra?
Did you hear about Don Lemon storming the church in Minnesota? It's crazy, Daddy. Can you imagine if they'd have done that at our church? You'd have shot their ass.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is Extra 106.3. The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, and The Kimmer Show on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
Millions of Americans are doing the same thing. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, getting ready for a nasty winter storm.
I'm just looking for a loaf of bread to get me through the weekend.
But that's not been easy in Dallas.
This is my 6th store I've been to today. I started out last night, but the shelves are all empty.
Texas will start to get hit tonight.
And boy, we are going to have a large-scale storm on our hands.
Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz.
From Texas all the way to the northeast. Now, I think ice is going to be the most damaging, the most deadly, the most dangerous of this entire situation. In some cases, maybe an inch of ice, but even a quarter inch of ice, that's going to be enough to take down power lines. Dallas over to Little Rock, getting up towards Nashville.
It's also going to be frigid in many areas. There are 40 below zero wind chills now in Minnesota, where a day of anti-ice protest is planned. Organizers urging people to not work, not go to school, and not shop. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry praises those standing up against immigration enforcement raids he opposes.
We're seeing constitutional violations play out in real time.
Vice President Vance went to Minneapolis calling for calm and cooperation.
Working with state and local officials, we can make the worst moments of chaos much less common.
3 people have been arrested in a federal investigation into the anti-ice protest inside a St. Paul church on Sunday. The deal's done to keep TikTok operating in the U.S. The social media app's Chinese parent company has sold most of TikTok to a group of mostly American investors.
With ByteDance, the Chinese-owned company, retaining a nearly 20% stake. The arrangement settles concerns from lawmakers about Chinese influence and data collection. Congress passed a law in 2024 banning TikTok in the U.S. unless the app was sold.
Fox's Jared Halper. Now to another done deal.
Pulling out of the World Health Organization was among the executive orders signed by President Trump on his first day back in office, accusing it of mismanaging the COVID-19 pandemic and being too susceptible to political influence. Also, there's never been an American as its chief executive. That withdrawal has now been finalized.
That's Fox's Chris Foster. America's...
Progressive Commercial knows truckers can expect the unexpected when driving, but a little heads up like this would still be nice.
Breaker truck driver. I'm the local meteorologist. Just letting you know I got the days mixed up and a little bit of hail is coming. Over. Actually, it's a hailstorm. My bad. Over.
Be ready for the unexpected with primary liability limits up to $2 million on our specialty heavy truck coverage. Get a quote at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to terms and limits.
Welcome to the most wonderful time of the year, when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, scream in terror, and start looking for new ways to save money. If that's you, why not cut your wireless bill in half with a saver plan from Pure Talk? You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super fast 5G network for just $20 a month. Ho, ho, ho. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will help you switch in minutes. Again, talk, text, and data for just $20 a month.
The news and talk I can trust. Extra 106.3.
Happy Friday to you. Tug and Los on Extra. National Weather Service added Metro Atlanta and parts of central Georgia to the winter storm watch with significant icing expected this weekend. We'll speak with Fox 5 Chief Meteorologist David Chanley around 9 o'clock this morning to put everything in perspective for you so you have a very clear idea of what is coming this weekend, who will be affected the most and who won't. I mean, I was making some notes earlier, kind of northwest Georgia, Calhoun, down south of I-20 is kind of in a moderate zone where there could be some ice, could be some gathering, down power lines, but it's moderate, the risk. Gainesville, Athens, North Metro, North Fulton and Cumming, Gainesville and those areas. They're in that significant zone, according to the National Weather Service, of all that stuff happening. And then the major impact is going to be the North Georgia mountains. But listen to this, down to Lake Lanier in the major impact. So just kind of keeping you up to date, keeping you posted on what's going on.
And I think it's important. We are going to get a chance to visit with Congressman Mike Collins,
Yes.
and he does have a significant amount of the area, especially for all the discussion point of what's going to happen in Athens and north of Athens. That's his district.
Sure is.
Just to see, as a congressman and obviously as somebody who's campaigning for larger office, what do your responsibilities turn into on this kind of a weekend?
That's right. And how do you keep your the people that you're responsible for safe? Like,
yeah,
what is
I
it?
mean, do you put on the helmet and drive around?
Because he's a truck driver. He might.
I mean, he's got some experience in getting supplies around to wherever you need to.
He used to have a mullet.
Are you telling me that man decided, hey, I'm gonna take this party down a notch?
That's right. Or raise it up. Just depends on how you look about the mullet. How do you feel about the mullet, really? I guess. But no, I just mean he's like the guys that I grew up with. Every one of them had a mullet, and let me tell you, they could take a car apart and put it back together. If you needed a deer field dressed, they could do it. I'm just thinking Mike Collins might be one of those guys.
Well, when the chips are down and you have a state of emergency, as it's already been declared for the state of Georgia, you need people that know how to do stuff.
That's right.
And that's a man who knows how to do stuff.
Sure is.
And whatever your version of that is, do you know how to do stuff? All right, you're useful. Let's make this happen.
Let's be friends. And, it may be even, hey, state of emergency is going to be a lot of repair need to be done. Is there, federal dollars, like as you said, that could come? Is he able to foster that? Is he able to guide that? Is he able to influence that in some way to benefit the people that he is representing and our state at large? So, yeah, Brian Kemp declared a state of emergency. You heard him on Fox News in the Fox News updates. He's been talking about, just a degree or two can affect whether we have rain, snow, or freezing rain. So he's well aware. He's well versed. And it was funny. We had this conversation last night at the Waffle House. A lady that did not grow up here like I did, but has lived here good 20 years or so. She said, sometimes things get crazy when the weather gets bad. And I said, yes, ma'am. We don't have a real good track record with inclement weather. There's lots of things that we do well. That ain't one of them.
Our rating when it comes to snow and ice is poor.
That's right.
It's in the poor category.
We get a half a star on Google.
That's right.
Atlanta got a half a star on its weather.
Whatever your version of the Roach Motel is,
yeah.
That's what happens to us when we get over to really nasty snow and ice.
During inclement weather. It's so good. All right. That's definitely the first thing you need to know. But when it comes to politics and the things that are happening around the country, here's the first thing you need to know.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong.
Yes, sir.
Soon as the sun cracks, the horizon so high.
There have been.
Man, we got the story.
There have been arrests now with the church stormers, Los. 3 of them. There's a random white dude that is an agitator, and he
William Kelly is
that guy and
the woke farmer that you would find him on social media.
Dude, if there is 2 words that don't belong together, woke and farmer don't belong together.
Yeah, not really. And then the other 2 women that were also detained as of yesterday, one being the woman that is clearly at least the organizer, who gets interviewed by Don Lemon, who then went on CNN to talk about how, no, we were just sitting there.
Yeah.
We just joined the church services and we just sat there. Well, you also filmed it and then you thanked everybody on social media for causing a ruckus.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I didn't see the video. Once I saw her say that, I was like, where's that video? Because I've not seen that one. Can somebody push that out on social media? That way we can all see the one where they sat down with the parishioners. They sat down and took in the church service instead of interrupted it. I don't believe that one exists.
Because I believe the video that they were, again, by their own work being done, they were the ones causing issues, filming the fear on people's faces, and then put that all on social media as if that was some sort of appropriate level.
That's a victory
of protesting.
Yeah, they thought that was a victory, showing people scared. But that's what terrorists do. And you can say they're not terrorists. Maybe they're not like Al-Qaeda, but they have the same tactics. They take the same joy. They get the same responses. They want you to be scared to go to church. And I refuse to do it. I will not do it. And I have zero tolerance for this or people like Don Lemon, who knew it was coming interviewed prior to the AG, Keith Ellison, who is an Islamist and a Marxist. He knew it was coming, and he refuses to do anything. So everything is, as far as the legal ramifications for these people, is coming from the federal government. Even though they also broke state laws, they refuse. Imagine this. Democrats refuse to enforce the law.
Well, I don't think you're far off here, Tug. It doesn't make them terrorists. What it does, though, and this goes back to the KKK Act of 1870, it's for terrorist actions. It is basically taking away people's civil liberties, and now there's been offshoots of that since then. It's been updated. Like one of the areas we brought up is the FACE Act, and that was used for terrorist actions in front of Planned Parenthood centers, apparently praying.
But also churches.
Yes, but also churches. And so all of that stems. I just love the idea that a Reconstruction Act from designed to go after the KKK from the 1870s is what's been used at the heart to detain two of these three people that are black, and we're organizing this in the interest of BLM.
Yeah. Fools, clowns is exactly what they are. And we're on the right side of this again. We were then, and we are again now. It's amazing how history is repeating itself.
Oh, we explained to everybody, here's what's going to happen. Here's what the laws they broke. Right. They were federal laws, and they're not going to get touched in state court. And so here's how it's going to play out. And sure enough, thank you, Pam Bondi, for finally getting something done. When they said it was the highest priority, it was.
Yeah, finally it is, except for Don Lemon, because there was a judge, and apparently there's a little bit of conflicting information about which judge has said, no, we won't go. You're not able to prosecute Don Lemon. But either way, they're both Democrat activist judges, so it's no surprise that they're not allowing the DOJ to go get him. Doesn't mean the DOJ is just going to lay down, though.
No, and I think this is the part you have to accept. Did you take three devout revolutionaries, communists, and take them off the street? Did you get to do it publicly? Did you get to laugh at the guy and William Kelly who was like, come get me? Well, they came and get you, and you didn't look that tough after that. So you acted on it. You did something. Don Lemon, it's a little bit different in that he gets to claim, because he was holding a microphone, that he was covering this. And that does kind of change a small aspect of it. But, hey, you find the right judge, I'd love to see him yanked off his podcast while he's doing it live.
God, that'd be so awesome. David is frustrated with the same judges that you and I are frustrated with at 404-741-1230. David, what's up, bud?
Well, it's very infuriating when... I know everybody's probably like me. They're kind of wondering what the hell's taking Pam Bondi so long. But then on the other hand, okay, well, she goes and makes arrests. How many other judges are just going to refuse to sign off on an arrest warrant?
Yeah, it's problematic. It is. And it's so frustrating. And you're thinking, why can't we get these people off of the bench? Why? What is it like? When is it appropriate to go and say, hey, you're not enforcing the law from the bench? You're doing the wrong thing, and it's clear to everyone that it's the wrong thing. And I know this, Los, is it's not as easy as I'm making it sound, but there has to be some repercussions for not doing the right thing.
We do have a number of judges in this country. First off, you have a lot of places where judges are appointed. They're not running. So they are not. They're not ever having to look at, okay, what are the results of what you did? Hey, do you think you can win re-election? And by the way, we have a large amount of states in this country where you don't even have to be involved in law enforcement or have a degree or any educational background in law to be a judge in some of these states. So the system is inherently has issues because we don't have enough judges. So what do you end up with? Activists.
Right. Yeah. And the judge right now, at least one of the two names that I've seen pop up is Judge Douglas Micco.
Micco.
Yeah. And his wife works for Keith Ellison as an assistant attorney general. Keith Ellison, the one that won't prosecute the state crimes that were committed in attacking, in ambushing that church. Keith being, and I'll say it again, Islamist and a Marxist. So, of course, he's not going to follow the law. It's not unless you're a January 6ther, a person that was there, merely there to protest something that you felt was wrong and handled incorrectly. They're going to put you under the jail. But if you go into a church they hate your church anyway. They ain't going to prosecute that.
When we get a chance to meet so many of you all that listen to this program, y'all are incredibly complimentary to the point where, like, Tug and I will leave a meeting and we're like, those people are so incredibly nice. We don't deserve that. And one of the things that you will point out to us is you'll say, hey, you guys explain things so well about what's going on. And I think this is another one of those moments where we get a chance to do that. When we tell you there's a different level of communist membership, that the street animals, the street communists are treated different than the elite communists. Yeah, there's 3 street ones that got pulled off. Don Lemon, too high, too far.
Yep.
And so you see, even those people that are connected to this entire movement through Keith Ellison and through their legal system, they're looking at it as, yeah, listen, let's give them the street ones, but they're not taking one of our elite ones.
No, we're going to need them. Don Lemon,
he's got an audience. We're going to need them.
Right, absolutely. We got to get the message out. We've got to make sure that we influence the people that don't know any better, the people that still believe what we say as far as the mainstream media goes, because Don is a representation of that. And he has, even if it's broken credibility, people know his name. And with some people, I would say maybe a relatively big number of people, they care about what he says. And they will listen to him. My Aunt Peg will listen to him. Hey, she would be like, yes, Don Lemon, he did the right thing. And this is a woman who started going back to church recently. I guarantee you she's still on Don Lemon's side on this, which is infuriating to me. Frustrating, and it makes no sense. The addition never works for people that pay no attention.
I'll give you an example. So Don Lemon's numbers, when you go through the Don Lemon Show, which is his podcast out there, at the most, what he will do social media-wise is about 60,000 views. Well, there are no 60,000 views with any of those 3 people that are sitting in prison right now.
No, that's right. To the point.
And that's not a big number, by the way.
No, it's not. It's
but
not.
It's enough to basically say, if we go on Lemon, we're reaching the people that we're trying to reach. But that causes him to be an elite communist.
Right, absolutely right. And on top of that, name recognition for what he did do. People at least know his name. And so when they hear it, they're like, oh, I know who that is. And that gives them credibility for exactly what Los has laid out. There's that other story out of Minneapolis where the dad, this poor dad, he's here illegally. He's just trying to do better. So much better that when he gets home, he's got a son in his car. There are ICE agents waiting for him. What does he do? He gets out of the car and runs, leaves his child. Now, it's being presented by people like Don Lemon and the mainstream media, Los, is ICE has arrested a 5-year-old.
They detained a 5-year-old. Look at this picture.
How horrible are these ICE agents? That probably plays into that 93% of negative coverage. That might have actually bumped it up to 95%. Because they saw this as the golden opportunity. This is going to cut through. This will get Norm and Norma America to go, oh my heavens, this is the wrong thing. And then you realize the story's not real. And there's 3 or 4 of these stories out there, Los.
To think, you had Kamala Harris, you had AOC, all running with, because they saw the political opportunity here. Again, political opportunities. They saw the opportunity. Let's see if we can turn people against ICE, because nothing's doing it. Again, 93% negative coverage. None of it is changing the narrative as far as the polling or in the information when it comes to people backing ICE on actually both sides. Now, you had to go all the way to J.D. Vance, who ended up having to have during a press conference to explain, listen, we apprehended the dad. He ran. He left his kid behind. It's like, do you realize how low down that is?
Hey, dude, it's dirty. Here is the vice president.
Vice President Vance, a local school district here is alleging ICE agents detaining a 5-year-old after preschool on Tuesday. We've also seen multiple American citizens detained by ICE on the last 6 weeks. Are you proud of how your administration is conducting this immigration crackdown here in Minnesota right now?
Well, I'm proud of the fact that we're standing behind law enforcement, and I'm proud of the fact that we're enforcing the country's laws. But, you asked a question about this 5-year-old kid. I actually saw this terrible story while I was coming to Minneapolis. We had just left Toledo, Ohio this morning for an economic messaging event. And I see this story, and I'm a father of a 5-year-old, actually, a 5-year-old little boy, and I think to myself, oh, my God, this is terrible. well, how did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I do a little bit more follow-up research. And what I find is that the 5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien. And then when they went to arrest his illegal alien father, the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States of America? If the argument is that you can't arrest people who have violated our laws because they have children, then every single parent is going to be completely given immunity from ever being the subject of law enforcement. That doesn't make any sense. No one thinks that makes any sense.
Common sense. J.D. Vance took what this person set him up for. Are you proud? You hear the reporter, are you proud?
Are you proud y'all detained a 5-year-old?
And it's funny, JD, he didn't react because the reporter wanted him to react in a negative way. He wanted him to come out guns a-blazing, and he didn't. He took what the reporter said. It was like, I heard this story too. I have a 5-year-old. Oh, my heavens. I can't believe this is happening. And then I did just a little bit more research.
A little bit. It only requires a little.
The tiniest bit. Seems like a journalist, a reporter would be able to do the same research. He didn't say it, but that's exactly what he meant.
That's all he was pointing out. It only takes a moment because I saw the story everywhere.
Yep,
and it turns into, let's dive a little bit more into this. Like the woman crying for, ICE is operating in my neighborhood. Yeah, and ICE is trying to detain 2 child sex offenders. And you're crying about that? I'd be crying about living next to 2 child sex offenders.
Yeah, how about crying for the kids that were abused? How about crying for them?
All opportunists. That's all because they're losing. We are winning across the board in this. And every single time, one of the piece of good news that's been buried, we've sent so many illegals out of Minnesota, they're going to lose a seat in terms of representation in the House.
Hallelujah. U.S. Representative Mike Collins has some great news to share about the Senate race versus Jon Ossoff if he becomes the nominee. Next on the Morning Extra.
Support the advertisers and partners that share your values. Give our extra advertisers the first shot to earn your business. They will deliver for you every time and support the extra community like no one else. Connect with all of our partners online at extra1063.com.
You're setting a lot of goals for 2026, big plans, new adventures, and Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicles to get you there. The 2026 Subaru Forester is the same reliable SUV that's earned the trust of drivers for decades, but with more adventurous style and more advanced safety technology. And you'll love exploring in the 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. It gives you up to 34 miles per gallon and the power of a 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, adding plenty of go to your adventures. The 2026 Subaru Outback shares your adventurous spirit. With up to 32 miles per gallon and 9.5 inches of ground clearance, you can explore your world with confidence. And the 2026 Subaru Legacy is what happens when we put the best of Subaru into a sedan. A turbocharged 260 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine makes driving a thrill. Love is out there. Find it at Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, or shop online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Matt, where does confidence actually come from?
Well, Brooke, most people think it's about faking it or achieving more. But real confidence starts with something simpler, self-awareness.
So how do you know if you're self-aware? And more importantly, how do you increase it?
That's where our image process comes in at howpeopleseeyou.com.
Is that the same process made famous by casting director Sam Christensen from MASH?
Yeah, and today it's helping corporate professionals show up with clarity and authenticity because confidence starts when who you are matches how you're seen. Learn more at howpeopleseeyou.com and sign up for a free preview event. That's howpeopleseeyou.com.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We have become a highly sought-after turf installation company in the Atlanta and North Georgia luxury residential market. The big reason for that is our installers are ATL Turf Co. employees. We do not outsource labor. They are trained to be experts in the turf installation process, drainage, grading. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Georgia Tech baseball is ranked number 2 in the preseason poll by Perfect Game, its highest preseason ranking in more than 20 years. Don't miss a minute of the action. Season tickets are on sale now.
Swing and a high fly ball, crank deep left field. That one is ticketed for the parking lot.
To watch the 2025 ACC regular season champions defend their title at McNeese Baseball Park at Russ Chandler Stadium, purchase your tickets today at ramblinrec.com/tickets. Sting 'em.
We all know somebody, my wife, who falls asleep the second their head hits the pillow. They're perky in the morning. They're not looking for an energy drink every afternoon, and they're also not sick and feeling sluggish all the time. Yeah, I hate them. I love my wife, but that bothers me. But anyway, they get restorative sleep. That's the secret. So this year, make a resolution to get better sleep. And may I recommend Z Factor from Relief Factor. Z Factor is not just melatonin. It's a blend of 4 natural ingredients designed to quiet your mind, help you drift off faster, and keep you sleeping deeply through the night. So you'll wake up energized, clear, and ready for the day. George said I use it every night with great results. Charlotte said my body feels so much better. Thank you, Glenn. If better sleep is part of your resolution, here's the first easy win. For a limited time, save 46% off your first order. Just $19.95, 30-day supply, 800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF, or ReliefFactor.com. Make this year the year you actually sleep well with Z-Factor. 800-4RELIEF. That's 800, the number 4RELIEF, or visit ReliefFactor.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Friday, January 23rd, and here are your headlines. Cherokee Emergency Management says crews are preparing for an incoming winter storm with potential ice accumulation, pre-treating roads with salt and sand ahead of dangerous conditions. Officials are continuing to warn drivers to stay off icy roads as they use utility partners to coordinate response efforts. Marietta City Schools have adjusted its weekend schedule due to forecasted winter weather, requiring all Saturday activities to end by noon and canceling all Sunday events as the district monitors conditions. Leaders say preparations are underway to keep the building safe and will decide on school operations for the next week based on how the storm evolves. And finally, the Cobb Chamber annual dinner was moved from this weekend to a later date because of the poor weather forecast linked to the same winter system impacting the region. Event organizers said all registrations and sponsorships will be honored for the new date. Today's weather is cloudy with a high of 53 and a low of 40. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Pleasure to have Mike Collins, U.S. Representative, representing Georgia's 10th District, also running for U.S. Senate, joining us on the Morning Extra. Mike, how are you?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. It's Friday.
Yes, sir. Dude, I love it. That's the first thing I think about when I wake up on a Friday morning, too. Glad you feel
down till Friday morning, so
yes, sir.
I'm still good.
Yes, sir. Hey, wanted to ask you, from your position as U.S. Representative in the 10th District, a lot of your district is under, a severe weather warning, National Weather Service, and Brian Kemp has made the proclamation about the weather that's coming in. What do you do from, your point of view and your seat? How do you help the folks in your district?
Yeah, we just need to make sure that we keep the information flowing to our constituents, and make sure that they understand. Hey, it's always better to prepare and err on the side of caution than it is anything else. I mean, if it doesn't happen, that's the best scenario. But just make sure that they're following GEMA and staying tuned into the news and making sure that they prepare for what may come our way in the form of ice or sleet or whatever it is. This is probably the only time you'll ever hear me say anything like, I don't want ice in Georgia.
Yeah.
That's
right.
pretty good. That's
right.
pretty good. Mike Collins is our guest right here on the Morning Extra, obviously running for the Senate here in the state of Georgia and a representative over in Georgia 10th. I wanted to ask you about that scenario of Brian Kemp having already decided to declare this a state of emergency, and so that is supposed to preempt and basically give Georgia an access to federal dollars. How does that system work to where when we do have some of these affected areas, does that mean that it's about cleanup? Is it about getting energy crews out to there earlier? How does that affect the state of Georgia from a federal perspective?
It's about all of the above. It's about all of the above, because when you have an emergency like this, or you have a situation like this, and GEMA comes in, it's going to set up for the FEMA side of it. And, you don't have to look back but just Hurricane Helene. I know it's a different type of disaster, but, at how it affects even our farmers out there, and how it just devastated throughout our communities. And the problem was, and you still have this problem, is that we had NOAA who was not designating some of these areas in the state of Georgia. You clearly see the devastation, but they weren't designating it as an emergency, and that there wasn't actually any damage. And so we need to make sure that we follow the exact steps. We follow it in order. We make sure that our I's are dotted, T's are crossed. So there's a time comes that we have to help folks. And that's part of the federal government. We have to make sure that we help people in need and make sure that they have everything available for them, and not say, come up with some excuse because we're a red state or whatever.
Yeah, because we feel like we've seen that and heard that before out of the federal government.
Yeah, we've seen it.
Yeah, we have.
Still dealing with it.
Yeah, no question.
You got folks still dealing right now.
Yeah. It's awful. It's unbelievable. And hopefully, with your guidance, we can get some of that taken care of. Now talking about some of the fraud that we're seeing across the country. Donald Trump had said from Davos that he thinks there is a big portion of our national debt that is in fraud. You've seen upwards, I've heard from $1 billion to $8 billion to $18 billion and even $19 billion in Minneapolis alone. Can you imagine what it is in all 50 states? How do we prevent it? How do we root it out here in Georgia? Because the last thing I want to do is pay my taxes and then it go and be wasted like that.
Oh, amen, brother. I agree with you 100%. And, I think that just the mere fact that Elon put a spotlight and helped start this progression of rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse just inside the federal government. But let's take a look at Minnesota. Yeah, it's rampant. Look at Minnesota. You cannot tell me that this is not allowed. Somebody knows about it. Somebody turned a blind eye, was in on it. This just doesn't happen. And that's why I'm co-sponsoring the Scam Act. You commit fraud against American taxpayers, or you affiliate with a terrorist organization, or commit some felony or espionage, and you're not going to meet requirements to be a U.S. citizen anyway. It's time for you to go back home and send them back home and prosecute those that we're arresting and putting in jail. Make sure they pay for their crimes. But I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. I think once you get out there, you're going to see that they're going to be able to root out more and more of this. And we just need to keep pushing wherever it takes you.
Georgia Representative Mike Collins joins us right here on the Morning Xtra, also running for Senate seat right here in the state of Georgia. I believe that when you have a robust economy, that's always going to help you in an election year. And to look at what some of the data has been, Q3 GDP revised up to 4.4. Looks like we might get into the fives when it comes to Q4 with what the Atlanta Fed is saying. How much easier, as somebody with your business background, is it to talk to those residents of the state of Georgia and say, here's what's actually happening, here's the growth that's going on, and this is what you're voting for to continue this and to enable this to happen?
I think that's a lot of why we're still leading in the polls. It's because I've taken this 30 years of being beat on in the trucking industry to Congress and went up there with a business mentality of getting regulations off our backs, making sure that taxes are low, and making sure that they have the ability. Because the next generation just doesn't have the opportunities that I had. So it makes it easy for when I'm out there talking to people, because a lot of what we're doing, and I'm surprised y'all didn't all faint on me this morning when we got all the appropriation bills done. Lord help. People say we never do that again. But that's the big things that America should focus on. But some of the things like my Permit Act that's sitting over in the Senate right now, that the Senate needs to take up and get out, that's going to do things behind the scenes that's going to set up immediately just a robust economy, from whether it's building houses, roads, bridges, or even water treatment facilities, so that these small rural communities can participate in the economic boom that is taking off right now. And that's where I tell people there's so many different pieces of the puzzle that we're putting back on the board at one time. You can't just put one piece on there and then say we're done. That starts at leadership, man. It starts right up there with President Trump. and what his vision and how he understands you got to run this place like a business. And then when you filter that out with people that are able to help push legislation that understand that same concept, man, we'll get this place going. It's going to go. This is good. This time next year, I'll be excited to talk to y'all and just see how well this place is taking off.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Another thing Donald Trump's doing, and this is more kind of it's national too, but locally it affects people like you in the trucking business, because Donald Trump's doing his best to take people that don't have a CDL license or a proper one, that can't speak English, can't read English, and get them off the road. And that's actually showing dividends already for natural-born American citizens that are truck drivers. That's a good thing, too, because that helps everybody.
Yeah, it does. And the thing is, that's just one example of where foreign labor has been killing the young people, their opportunities in this country. Yeah, I know trucking, and yes, our trucking accident rates went up 75% year over year, and it was all due to illegal aliens out there driving trucks that couldn't read and speak English. I've been screaming about that for years. But now, but think about it. You've got great paying jobs out there. Carpentry work, roofing, it doesn't matter. That's taking the jobs away from American citizens, people that will do the job. But when you pay foreigners and you don't have to pay taxes and you pay them cash or whatever it is, that's what's got to stop. Because the young people out here are at such a disadvantage. They can't afford homes. They can't. It's tough on them to start a family, and all they want is the same opportunity that the rest of us had. And so that's part of a big part. And even if you don't say if it's a carpenter or whatever, just say, look at how much foreign labor is being brought in on the H1s.
Yeah, the H1B visas. With
people with technical or expertise of college. Look how many people we're letting from China come in and to places like Georgia Tech or that should be going to American citizens and letting them learn about quantum AI. That's where we've got to focus. That's where America First comes in. That's what it means to be America First. That's what President Trump was talking about in Davos. We're back. I have no problem. I'll never be ashamed to say we are the biggest and baddest on the block.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to lead.
Yes, sir.
Mike Collins is our guest right here on the Morning Extra, and I'm so glad that you're talking about the challenges for young people, because I believe this is one of the great tragedies of losing Charlie Kirk, who was such an advocate for what was going on with them, and how globalization has largely left young people in this country behind. It's not so much that, and the argument's always been, well, hey, young people, stop buying coffee every morning. No, it goes a lot further than that. How much has that message really been resonating with young people, that a guy like Mike Collins, made his money and made his growth in the world, in the trucking industry, is saying, I understand what you're going through, and I'm trying to help fix that for you?
You know what? It's been amazing. I've had the opportunity. I've been going out to Arizona since, I think, 21. And spoke to them this past December in Arizona. But you actually see a sea change in these young people that are out there. You see this turn back towards more of faith and family and freedom and just core American values. And that's fantastic. But on the flip side of the coin, we've got to fix what was taken away from them from an economic standpoint or from a federal government standpoint. Our federal government has been on a bench for decades. That's what's gotten us into this situation. This socialistic movement and push to where, government is the end-all, be-all. You got a question? Ask the federal government. And instead, what Charlie Kirk and organizations like that do are saying, no, you don't look to government. Take your faith, look towards God. And we have got to back off from this government be-all, end-all thing that we've got out there. And a lot of that's set up through just what I was talking about, through regulations that have been imposed, or whether, you don't have community banks anymore. It's hard to go for these young people to even go get a loan to start a business because there's so many forms you have to fill out. Dodd-Frank did a lot of damage to this country.
I'll tell you.
There's a lot of stuff out there, and that's where I say we're pushing in so many different directions at one time, and it is incredible when you've got the right person up there that is driving the truck.
Yes, sir. Absolutely right. As we talked to Mike Collins, Georgia 10, and running for Senate here in the state of Georgia. Let's get to that polling, because I know you believe in the exceptionalism of this country, as do I, as did Donald Trump, and he has put it on display in Davos. Man, he rubbed their nose in it, and I loved every second of it. It's exactly what I voted for, and it's exactly what I want to see. But being that type of person, knowing that you feel the same way, you're also leading in the polls by a 2-1 margin when it comes to the primaries.
We have been, and I just, I can't thank people enough that have called in, got on board. When you organize, and you want to organize 159 counties, at least with one county chair, you got to realize we've got over 800. And we still have people calling, hey, throw my name on the list. And I think it's because they always see, I've always looked and tried to run from, no matter where I sit in the polls, like I'm behind. And it's because I just love to work, and we push that work mentality. And it's just like getting up now. I didn't get home till after midnight, but that's okay. Man, today's another day. We like to charge every day wide open. I surround myself with a team that does that. They love it as much as I do. We want to see small businesses grow. I want to see young people have the affordability that I had when I was their age. We have the opportunity to do that, and it's just a great grassroots campaign that's going on out there. People want to change. And when they look at the one-term senator that we have and the one-term congressman that you have, and you just look at, you don't have to look any further than what's your track record.
Yeah.
What have you been able to accomplish? And it's night and day. 0 for John Ossoff. 2 bills passed and signed into law by Mike Collins.
That's what we're looking for. I think Georgians and the American public is looking for those exact things, and I think they see it with Donald Trump. I'm very, and I've said it, maybe I should be more cautiously optimistic, but I've said I'm very optimistic about the midterms. The choices are very clear. What the Democrats want to do, what they've done, and what they want to do.
Keep rioting, Minnesota. Keep doing all that stuff everywhere.
Because all it does is tell and really delineate the difference between the Republicans and the Democrats.
It does, and the thing in this case now, we've got a U.S. senator. The majority of his money is coming from California and New York,
right. out of state. It's exactly right.
And you don't think that there's not going to be. This is the time right now that you take out the incumbent the first time around, because if you don't, it's going to get harder and harder. And you don't think they're not going to call that note due?
Yes, sir, they are. They're going to ask for something. Mike, how do people find out more about your campaign, about you?
Look us up at MikeCollinsGA.com. You can look at Mike Collins GA across all the social media platforms out there. Like I said, we've got a great team that we keep pumping out the info on what we're doing, where we're at. We'd love to have you help. Man, come check us out. Come see us. Let us know if there's something you want us to do or see or talk about, and we'll be glad to do it.
Yes, sir.
At the end of the day, we need to make sure that we win this seat. We put a Republican in this seat, and we take our state.
Yes, sir. Yeah, couldn't agree with you more, and wishing you the best of luck. And we're going to be watching. We're going to be keeping up, and you're always welcome back, Mike. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Y'all have a great weekend.
Yes, sir.
Thank you
too. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. When we come back, we'll talk about some of the things that Mike said, but get into the thing that Los asked Mike about, the Trump effect on the economy. Once again, Donald Trump has proved the experts wrong in the economy, and it's really good news for you. Next and Extra.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, January 23rd. From the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons have started their interview process as they look for a new team general manager. The team has interviewed James Lippert, who has been working for the Houston Texans as their assistant general manager of the team. Bears assistant GM Ian Cunningham, 49ers director of scouting and football operations Josh Williams, and Steelers assistant GM Eric Weedle are all on the list to be interviewed. From the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks are back in action tonight at State Farm Arena as they host the Phoenix Suns. That tip-off is set for 7:30. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
This Valentine's Day, give a gift that says forever and a night out that says I thought of everything. Hi, I'm Jaron Solomon, and right now at Solomon Brothers, when you spend $9.99 or more, dinner at Michelin recommended Tiny Lou's is on us. Tiny Lou's is a chic French-American brasserie serving seasonally inspired French favorites, complemented by a French-focused wine list. It's intimate, retro chic, and the perfect setting for romance. So whether it's diamond studs, trendy layered necklaces, or the bracelet she's been hinting at, you're not just giving a gift. You're creating the whole evening. One stop, one perfect surprise. At Solomon Brothers, we don't just help you get Valentine's Day right. We help you earn credit for planning the whole thing in advance. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, Buckhead, Alpharetta, and Sharpsburg, helping Atlanta say I do and I love you since 1982.
Faith, family, freedom. These are the cornerstones of America and the foundation for a successful life. But today, all three are under attack. Crushing debt, out-of-control spending, and reckless policies in Washington are threatening your savings, your retirement, and your future. Hi, this is Glenn Beck. The only financial advisory firm I recommend in Atlanta is Nicholas Wealth Management. David Nicholas and his team believe protecting your money is about more than wealth. It's about defending your faith, your family, and your freedom. If your hard-earned retirement is left exposed to market chaos, higher taxes, or inflation, what happens to the life you've worked so hard to build? For over 20 years, David Nicholas has helped families right here in Atlanta fight back with retirement strategies built to better withstand uncertainty. Call Nicholas Wealth Management today, 404-890-5606, or visit nicholaswealth.com. Aim to safeguard your future today.
Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm that uses a variety of different investment strategies. Glenn Beck is not a client and is paid for his endorsement.
Ain't nothing beats the cozy comfort of a warm fireplace on a cool Georgia night. Tug here for Chimney Solutions. But before you light that fire, make sure the chimney's clean, safe, and ready with my friends at Chimney Solutions. Atlanta's trusted chimney experts for over 25 years. Did you know that a dirty and damaged chimney could lead to dangerous carbon monoxide leaks or even chimney fires? Don't take that chance. Chimney Solutions certified technicians use state-of-the-art equipment to ensure your home and family are protected. They also specialize in gas log conversion, fireplace remodeling, and energy-efficient chimney caps that keep pests and rain out and heat in. From cozy cottages to luxurious homes, thousands of Atlantans trust Chimney Solutions to keep the heart of their home burning bright. Visit chimneysolutions.com to read actual customer testimonials. chimneysolutions.com. Chimney Solutions, keeping Georgia homes safe, warm, and beautiful for over 25 years.
How about a simple New Year's resolution? One that even I was able to achieve. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You're going to feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into places that have been balding or thinning for years. I'm surprised and relieved every time I look into that mirror, and you need to know what it feels like. And now, from Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment to their highly experienced team, they are the team that I personally recommend and trust in hair restoration. Did I mention your new hair is guaranteed to grow and can grow for life? How about celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. Again, that's 872-217-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Has it crossed your mind? Have you been considering an electric vehicle? Well, make sure it's practical and make it a Toyota. The new 2026 Toyota BZ, estimated 314-mile all-electric driving range and strong immediate acceleration. 0 to 60 in 4.9 seconds. Now we're talking about a quiet, smooth ride that also gives you punch. And it makes your daily drive easier on top of that because with an option to charge at home, you can eliminate gas station stops and keep your routine simple. And here's why to buy at Marietta Toyota. We, of course, have been serving Marietta since 1975, and this team knows Toyota better than anybody else. They know what real inventory is, and I'm ongoing support right here on the Kyle Parkway South location. Right now, 0% APR for 72 months plus $3,500 bonus cash on the new 2026 BZ. Marietta Toyota, we've been here and we'll be here for you.
0% APR for 72 months equals $1,389 for $1,000 finance with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. Not all buyers will qualify. $3,500 bonus APR cash from SCTF requires financing with SCTF. Applied as a down payment, no cash back. Offer ends 2/2/26.
I'm Michelle Stovall, and our company has been family-owned and operated for 75 years. Check us out at StovallINC.com, or better yet, stop by our newly opened 11th store at 9500 Union Hill Road in Canton. At Stovall, we supply you with all your landscaping project needs, completely hassle-free down to delivery. Been dreaming of an outdoor kitchen, fireplace, or other custom paver project? We partner with Keystone Hardscapes for all your beautiful high-end concrete needs. We look forward to making your landscape dreams come true. Stovall has it all.
Shannon Burke is back on the air in Atlanta. Well, sort of. He's live on The Kimmer Show every Thursday at 5 p.m.
Venezuela leader Maduro, when they shaved off his mustache and shaved his head.
No, I just saw it.
That mustache is worth $500,000 in his homeland. I think Trump just called down there, give him a shave.
Humiliate him all you want.
He's got fantastic hair. I want to destroy it immediately.
Atlanta's biggest conservative voices are only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Great to talk to Mike Collins, representative of Georgia's 10th district running for Senate, and currently looks like he's leading in several polls and getting a lot of support, and good for him. Seems like a great guy. We've been able to talk to him when he was running for District 10, and when he ultimately won it, he had if you recall back then, he had the big truck rally because he is a trucker. You know, his company is in trucking, so what he's done all of his life. So, that was his big thing. He had the big rig with Mike Collins, Georgia 10, on the side. So, interesting guy, got a lot of insight, but is not a guy that is afraid to get his hands dirty. He is a workhorse. And I think that's why most people really like Mike. And he will be a formidable candidate against John Ossoff because he can call Ossoff out on his BS. Ossoff, I believe that dude's got soft hands.
I would imagine that he's very well moisturized. I will say, I didn't notice this at first. So, I was taking a look at, obviously Mike's got a bunch of irons in the fire, trying to get stuff done in Washington while also trying to run a Senate race. And when you see his logo for this race, you're like, oh, it's like an American flag. Then you look a little closer, you go, that's a truck.
Yes, sir. Come on.
With an American flag. I'm like, all right. I was like, I like the head nod to at the very least, them's dudes are hardworking people that make America go, and he's been part of it.
Yeah, and growing up in Northwest Georgia, up in Dalton where I did, I mean, with the carpet industry, trucking is such a big part of it. Transporting carpet and all the supplies is a major deal for the folks in Dalton, Georgia. So I understand how important trucking is to America. Just kind of seen it my whole life. But while we're talking about things that we discussed with Mike, we also talked about the economy. Let's go by the numbers.
But I'll be all right as long as there's light from a math dude. Most people don't like math, they run from the sun.
We don't run from the sun ever.
Los? No. Well, you don't. I kind of do.
In fact, we love getting into some of these numbers, and let's face it, for a number of years, we were having some issues when it came to GDP. Our number, what was it? Buddy Carter that stole my joke when I talked about, again, I really enjoy when we get a chance to talk with Representative Buddy Carter. But when we brought up if you put on 30 pounds in a year and then you put on 20 pounds the next year, you don't get to say, well, look at our weight of weight loss here. It's like, no. You're up 50 pounds.
That's right.
I was like, that was my point about it. But even now, when it comes to what we've now seen, you are looking at all of the economic data continue to look strong and robust, like we are getting ready to bust out. So this is Maria Bartiromo. God, I'm always struggle with her name.
Bartiromo. There you go.
Bartiromo.
I got you.
So what she does is she always gets access to Donald Trump. I think he's got a small crush or something. He's always like, the beautiful Maria.
You're right.
So she ends up getting a chance to interview him, but this is the 30 seconds after, and this is where on Fox Business, she's getting to review some of the economic data. And remember, the numbers for Q3 were at 4.3. Well, they've been revised up. How many times have we in the last several years had GDP revised up, especially under the Biden administration?
Almost zero.
No, didn't happen. And especially when you start looking at what Q4 and then what I believe we're going to start seeing, Scott Besson has talked about us having robust growth throughout 2026. Take a listen to what she had as far as the numbers from Fox Business.
GDP just crossed the tape. We got the final read of 4.4% for the third quarter. That is better than the expectation, which was 4.3%. And again, the GDP is a final read of 4.4% for the third quarter. Jobless claims just coming out. They're also better than expected. They came out at 200,000 versus an estimate of 210,000. Continuing claims coming in at 1.849 million versus an estimate of 1.900 million. So these are better than expected numbers on the economic data.
And the inflation number looked like it's going to fall under 2%. In fact, true inflation had it as of yesterday. Looks like we're going to be at 1.2%. This is the work of this Trump administration using a number of economic weapons to get all of this stuff under control in 1 year.
Dude, but it comes down to common sense, and that's what it always was. And I'm not saying Trump's not a genius, because he's a great businessman. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. But when you cut your energy production off on day one, the way Joe Biden did, it all trickles down. That starts the snowball, and then it starts wiping out every opportunity that you have. So we got a lot of work done in this first year, and Trump would be the first to tell you that we got a lot more work to do. But if you can't see what is happening to your country, then I don't know how to help you. This is why I'm so encouraged by the midterms, and that's what I said to Mike Collins when we had him on last segment, Los. I'm encouraged because the delineation between the Democrats and the Republicans is so clear. Anybody that chooses the Democrats do not want to be successful. They can't want success in their life or for their country, or they would be going the other way.
I don't think that this is wrong when I say the Biden administration on the way out left you a bomb.
Yep.
That's what they did. They sat back and they said, all right, let's go ahead and raid the Treasury. Let's make sure this money gets out to all these NGOs. Let's make sure that when they come in here, this is what they inherit, and there's no way they're going to be able to fix it. Well, it turns out they were smarter than the Biden administration.
Doesn't seem like it is a difficult thing to do.
Let me just make sure I got this right. GDP going over 5%, inflation going under 2%.
Unbelievable, man. This is what we voted for. And this is what we want to continue. This is what we have to. If we want to have a successful country, if we want to save the republic, because the Democrats want to destroy it, they've told you they want to destroy it. This is what we have to do. We have to maintain the course. You can see the top of the mountain, and it is good. When we come back on Extra 106.3, when I tell you the organization that is seemingly pro-ICE, it is one that may make you drive off the road in shock. This one organization that you would have never, ever in a million years thought was pro-ICE. They seem to be.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Would it be okay if I combined two topics on today's commentary? First one's real short. Would you idiots please use your turn signals when you change lanes on an expressway? What is so damn hard about that? If I could make the fine for failure to use a turn signal $500, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Now, something else. Yeah, I'm traveling in the Bortz bus. The American dream, own your own home. I'll never forget when the Queen and I bought our first place, nor will I ever forget when we paid it off. That is one of the primary paths to personal wealth and a comfortable retirement. It's under attack from the Democrats, of course. The Democrat socialists. New York City, this little twerp that Mom Danny has as a tenant protector thinks that owning homes is part of white supremacy. And she wants housing equity. That means that everybody's house should be basically the same as everybody else's house. You think I'm lying? Listen to her. Look at her past statements. California, they're considering out there a law that would require you, if you decide you want to sell your house, to sell it to the government first, or what they call an NGO, a non-government organization, which is really not non-government. Then only if the government doesn't step forward and buy your house would you be allowed to make the sale to another private entity. Keep voting for Democrats, folks. The American dream will be gone. And you'll stand around saying, what the hell happened? You happened. Mom Danny happened. Gavin Newsom happened. Big government happened. Democrat big government happened. Happy days. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
You know, Los, we found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee.
How do you prove that?
We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal.
How much can people save when they buy their next vehicle with the honest car guy?
I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, on a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000. But it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%. Well, really, it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. The honest car guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, try the honest car guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
Wherever you are in Georgia, you can stream Extra 106.3 and crystal clear digital with the all-new Extra 106.3 app. Get Extra's live on-air stream in real time, or go back and listen to all your favorite shows, Neil Bortz, or original podcasts, no matter where you go. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
From New Mexico to New England, I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Millions of Americans prepping for a blast of winter.
If the storm comes in as predicted, it will take time for roads to be cleared and passable.
Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger declared a state of emergency. Many other governors have done the same.
This is going to be a big, impactful event.
That's Ken Graham, director of the National Weather Service, who tells Fox some areas will get over a foot of snow.
It's not just the snow. In some places, it's the snow, and it'll be sleet and ice. We're going to have large areas of sleet, making travel absolutely hazardous.
And thick ice could coat areas from Texas to the Carolinas. There's an anti-ice protest planned in Minnesota today, but not the weather kind. Angry over immigration enforcement raids, organizers are calling for people to skip work and school and not shop. The day after Vice President Vance went to Minneapolis.
Come out and protest me, protest our immigration policy, but do it peacefully. If you assault a law enforcement officer, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice is going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
There's another big demonstration today in Washington, the annual March for Life. Thousands will gather speaking out against abortion. The day after President Trump created the Board of Peace at the World Economic Forum that some U.S. allies refused to join. He went on Truth Social disinviting Canada.
Prime Minister Carney had said during his speech Tuesday at the World Economic Forum, the era of American dominance is no longer working for countries like his and others.
We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition.
President Trump, in his speech on Wednesday,
Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
Carney responds in a national address. Canada doesn't live because of the United States. Canada thrives because we are Canadian.
Fox's Chris Foster. Speaking of peace, in the attempt to stop the war in Ukraine, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff goes from Moscow, where he talked to Russia's leader after a Trump meeting with Ukraine's president. Witkoff goes to the United Arab Emirates, holding talks with officials from Ukraine and Russia in the same room. America's listening to Fox News.
Progressive Commercial knows truckers can expect the unexpected when driving, but a little heads up like this would still be nice.
Breaker, truck driver. I'm the local meteorologist. Just letting you know I got the days mixed up and a little bit of hail is coming. Over. Actually, it's It's a hailstorm. My bad. Over.
Be ready for the unexpected with primary liability limits up to $2 million on our specialty heavy truck coverage. Get a quote at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to terms and limits.
Welcome to the most wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, scream in terror, and start looking for new ways to save money. If that's you, why not cut your wireless bill in half with a saver plan from Pure Talk? You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super fast 5G network for just $20 a month. Ho, ho, ho. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will help you switch in minutes. Again, talk, text, and data for just $20 a month.
This is Tucker Carlson. You're listening to Atlanta's only conservative talk station, Xtra 106.3, worldwide on the Xtra app.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Wow. If you ain't ready,
I think.
Yeah, as ready as I'm going to be.
Gotta be ready.
We got our new little power bank last night. It was delivered to the house. And got it all charged up. It's ready to go. Got all the laptops charged up all the, the portable power banks that, you keep in your book bag or whatever in case your phone starts, getting close to being dead. Charged right back up. Been charging all that. We got all the water we need, but we've had that. Los and I talk about just having water on hand because it's a smart thing to do. Bryce even brought up this morning, our producer Bryce brought up that he fills up the bathtub, which I think is a smart thing because if you're going to use those toilets and let's say the water lines freeze or burst, coming into the house, that way you can, take a bucket, put it in the back of the tank of the toilet, still be able to flush it and everything's good. Just small preparation. It's not like World War II. It's not like World War III. It's not like a nuclear bomb or anything like that. It's just weather. That's all.
Just inconvenience for perhaps, I don't know, 48, 72 hours.
Yeah, at worst.
Hopefully.
That's exactly right. Coming up at 9 o'clock.
You can drink your way through it.
I'm going to put a good
Listen to you.
Tug has never been more excited for a weekend in his life.
That's exactly right, man. Because I've been on dry January. It's about to turn loose.
If there was ever a moment where for everybody else who's facing, and this can be a very problematic situation, and for some people it might even be dangerous. Just make sure you're safe out there. For Tug, this is a sign from the good Lord above.
Amen.
That he did this the right way with dry January,
right.
and now he gets to turn it loose.
I'm being rewarded.
It's a good thing January is only 24 days this year.
That's exactly right.
He makes it to his birthday and he goes, it's time.
Every year. And it's funny, everybody in my friend group has kind of adopted that too. So all 5 families of our friend groups, at least, moms and dads, are all in dry January until tonight because we're going to go out in downtown Alpharetta and see my favorite cover band play. They're playing in the Speakeasy at the Hamilton, the basement club that's down there. And the band is called Justin. Justin Bergman, I think, is the guy's name. And, dude, he is, I'm telling you, the best cover band I've ever seen. There's not a song that he plays that you won't know every word to. It's so much fun. But the beauty, if they're not even a silver lining, the fireworks that explode because of that is because everybody's done with dry January as of my birthday.
I'm going to text you.
Let's go.
Check in with you at like 11 o'clock. I'm like, how you feeling?
I'll be
Include me on that group text.
Yeah, I'll be slobbering everywhere. It'll be great.
What do you mean? Such a great night.
Yeah, it's fun. Los. I got to tell you, Los, I'm here to get some fries.
And then I'm going to hope that, Tug, I'm going to, and I'll start messing with you a little bit. I'll be like, hey, there's been a weather pattern change. Everything's moving in earlier. You got to get home.
Yeah. Evacuate. I go pull the fire alarm.
Everybody got to go.
At the Hamilton Hotel in downtown Alpharetta. Pulling the fire alarm. Everybody scatters. Where's the fire? There's not one. It's snow. The ice is coming in early. I'm just trying to let you know.
It's actually just for Tug to get the bar all to himself.
That's right. Because it gets crowded, Los, and I got to get those people out of the way.
It's just what you got to do. Listen, you got to call emergency when one is present.
And that's what we are. I mean, the governor has declared a state of an emergency. This is an emergency. I don't know what you want me to do. I'm just doing and going by what the man said. So back off of me. And if you got a problem with it, take it up with Brian Kemp or the National Weather Service or the good Lord in heaven, because he's.
And if I may, and this is from a number of our partners that are connected with Dickey Broadcasting. So when you have that state of emergency that gets called upon, you now have federal dollars that are come flowing in. And so not only is that going to go towards those linemen that are going to be working around the clock, but remember, whenever we're going to have some down trees, that's not taken care of by linemen. That's tree service companies.
Right. Yep.
And so if you're thinking to yourself, hey, I'm going to make a couple phone calls to get a tree service company out to my house, I've already been told we're looking at 5 to 6 weeks before they're available again, because they will be working essentially for the state and with those federal dollars trying to take care of a lot of stuff that's going to be happening around this state and around the region.
Round the clock, as Lo said. Georgia Department of Transportation crew is going to start treating the roadways, state roadways, tomorrow morning. The state's operations center opens at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. It'll run round the clock, according to Governor Kemp. Josh Lamb is the director of Georgia's Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency.
They call him Lammy, by the way.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Lammy, what's up? We need to get Lammy on the show just so we can call him that. To his face.
You know how long people have been calling me that? I hate you guys.
Yeah, that's right. I'm never coming on your show again. Never. He just says make sure you got enough water, which we've told you, non-perishable food, which, I mean, it's common sense, medicine for at least 3 days, warm clothing, and all that stuff. If you got to drive, make sure the gas tank is full. And I was leaving my little workout yesterday. I thought I'd swing in there because the place I work out is near Sam's on Mansell Road. Sam's, gas about a quarter cheaper. It's already very reasonable, very, very cheap under Donald Trump and the decisions he's made and opening up energy production in the company or in the country. But for whatever reason, no other gas station had people pouring out of it, so you couldn't even get into the parking lot. Yesterday, wow. Sam's Club on Mansell Road could not even get into the turning lane to go into the parking lot. Traffic was everywhere. And I went up 2 exits to 10, where we live, and went right in the Shell and looked across the street at the QT. I was the only one getting gas.
It's so contradictory because if the worst happens, you're not going to want to go anywhere.
No,
in fact,
you want to stay home.
And in a very similar fashion, I was reading this article about what happens during a nuclear war, and that completely ice nuclear war. It said, but the same concept was still in play, that most people think, get in my car, drive away from fallout. The problem ends up being it's like the fallout's going to catch you no matter what. You're not going to be able to get away from it. So it's better to stay at home, batten down, and wait for rain and atmospheric conditions to move that stuff out of there. It's the same thing with snow and ice. I know you're gassing up your car. I know you want to have it ready just in case you want to maybe charge your devices and have that ability. But the worst thing you can do in this is try and get out in it.
Yeah. Stay at home.
Stay at home.
If you have the ability, and I know a lot of school activities have already been canceled or rescheduled. Los, you've talked about some of that stuff.
I fully expect Monday for us to be an online learning day.
So if you can stay at home, please do. Stay off the roads. I mean, that's just for your own safety. I mean, if nothing but just self-preservation, don't get out and try to drive on ice.
Yeah, and that's another thing, too. If you do find yourself in an emergency situation, one of the things that I would highly suggest is contact your fire department, contact your local EMS ahead of time, especially, let's say, if you're dealing with pregnancy in the home. Find out what their protocols are, what they're going to be able to do, because they will flat out tell you. I know a lot of our emergency service vehicles, they start getting winter prepared. Some of them get chains on the tires, stuff like that. But we don't have a lot of that equipment. So there's a limited amount of resources that will be working in the area. So find out. Talk to your call your fire department. Trust me, they'd rather hear about, hey, I'm not calling you about a fire. I'm calling you to ask you what we should do if something occurs, just so you have a plan of action if something weird happens to keep you from going out on the roads.
Yeah, and out of a ditch.
Yes, you don't want to be pregnant in a ditch.
No. Look, you don't want to be
big old truck out. You'll be better off.
You don't want to be in a ditch, but then the addition of pregnant and in a ditch, dude, the bad just continues to compound. It's the exact opposite of compound interest. It's compounding the wrong direction. It's awful. And your wife will never forgive you, ever.
Not only are my feet really big and I'm uncomfortable, but now we're in a ditch because you wouldn't call the fire department.
He will never forgive you, ever. No. That may be the end of the marriage. I'm not hoping for that. I'm not wishing for that. I'm just telling you what's going to happen.
A lot of this is just planning.
Yeah,
it really is. It's just planning and keeping a level head.
To help you plan better, we will have David Chanley Chief Meteorologist, Fox 5, WAGA, WAGA. If you're an Atlanta native, you'll know it as WAGA. He will be on with us at 9 o'clock and kind of giving you the latest modeling of everything that is happening with the weather and what he and you can expect out of the next few days. Saturday evening, it seems to be when everything's kind of ramping up, and then Sunday, and we'll see how Monday all shakes out. But David Chandler will join us to make sure you're ready, make sure you're prepared. First thing you need to know, aside from the weather, when it comes to politics when you get to the office is...
Way out west, there's a show, the Morning Xtra, the Morning Xtra. Tug Los, deep in the story, breaking news that's bold.
So you've probably heard by now, the news is that there have been 3 arrests from the storming of the church in Minneapolis, 2 BLM agitators, and 1 random white dude with a beard that he's...
William Perry.
Yeah, William Perry.
The woke farmer.
Which doesn't even add up, dude. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Who told Pam Bondi on video, come get me. Well,
done.
They did.
You know, and it seems like the Trump administration would be 2 for 2. Nicolas Maduro did the exact same thing. If you recall, before they went and got Maduro, he was on camera saying, come and get me. I'm Billy Badass. Come get me. And then this guy, same way, after they stormed the church. Come get me, Pam Bondi. Come get me, DOJ. Okay, done deal. Now, it's interesting that they've not arrested because they had a activist judge block them from being able to arrest Don Lemon. However, Don has made the mistake, Los, of making a similar video to Mr. Perry and Mr. Maduro. He's made that mistake. That may come back to haunt him. I expect that it might.
I'm sorry, I did mix that up a little bit. William Kelly.
Kelly.
Yeah.
Mr. Kelly.
So Mr. Kelly was the one who's in trouble. But yes, Don Lemon also doing the same thing. I think that you now have a situation in Minnesota. We talked about this being the Super Bowl. Like this is where the fight is, and this is what's going to determine what I believe is going to be the start of 2026. As we get great economic data and the left tries to fight back, this ends up being the start of the midterm fight. I appreciate the fact that Liz Collin, who wrote the book They're Lying, and it's all about what occurred with the media and George Floyd out of that community. She just had a note from last night, and it was how Tim Walz had put out an email to his supporters basically raising money for a legal defense. They all know what's coming, and they all know they're in trouble. Whether it's through fraud or whether it is through making sure to interfere in federal business when it comes to ICE and DHS, they all know they're in trouble. And so to now see, yesterday was the opening salvo of, hey, those 3 street agitators, yeah, we're going to put them in prison for up to 10 years. Will they get 10? No. But still, they're going to go away for a while. And so everybody in Minnesota is now starting to batten down the hatches.
They need to go to jail. This is unacceptable in the United States of America. It is unacceptable that you can go and storm a church. And we know it's against the law on a state level. They're not going to enforce it. And on the federal level, we've gone through some of the statutes and some of the acts that make that an illegal offense, something that you cannot do. And they did it anyway. They need to be punished. And this is one of those where I think we may got our way on this one. There's a lot of them. The Clintons, I know they're being held in contempt. Nothing's happened to the Clintons because they didn't show up, to testify in front of Congress. Nothing's going to happen to them. They're above the fray. They are under a different legal system than we are. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. They ain't going to suffer. However, these street activists, these street agitators, that's a different story. They're going to take it on the chin.
It really highlights how this is playing out. The street, okay, you can get rid of some of the street agitators. You can put them in prison. You'll be able to play some games there as far as the application of the law. It's going to be tough to get after the higher level communists. I don't expect that we'll be able to do much of anything to the Clintons. Do I want to see them try? Hell yeah! Like that sounds great to me. At the same time, whether it's Tim Walz or Jacob Frey, those are the sort of people that can we get after them? Probably. Will it be because of them deterring anything going on with DHS or ICE? I don't believe so. But if you can hook them to fraud, That's a different game. That's a different ball game.
And it doesn't matter how they get them to me. They got alcohol.
Because that's, by the way, that's federal too. That's not state. Where state is so dirty under Keith Ellison, they're going to make sure that they do not prosecute anybody there.
Yeah, and just like the activist judge that blocked the arrest of Don Lemon. Look, they're not going to give up on that. That would be a big get for the DOJ, and it would make the American people, most of the American people who despise what they saw at that church, satisfied. Because you can't just allow this. It will fester. It will grow. These people are using terrorist tactics to scare people in the place that they should feel the safest. Aside from their home, the place that they should feel the safest, and that is their church. But these activist judges, they drive me up the wall, and I think that's something the American people are fed up with. I don't know if you heard about this, Los. The storming, one of the people that were arrested, that they said they went into the church and they didn't ambush the church. Listen to what this woman who's now been arrested said they did when they went into this church.
And I do want to correct something that was said in the beginning. We did not rush into that church. We actually went and sat down and participated in the service. And after the pastor prayed, that is when I stood up and asked him a question in response to his prayer. And then he responded to me. And then I proceeded to ask him about Pastor David Easterwood and how is it possible for him to serve as both the pastor and the director of ICE for Minnesota. And instead of responding to me, as soon as I said the name David Easterwood, the pastor said, "Shame, shame." And that is when I led us in chants, "Justice for Renee Good" and "Hands Up, Don't Shoot." So I want to clarify that. We didn't rush in. We didn't bust in. We were a part of the service until I got up and posed that question to the pastor.
All right. And I'm not going to dispute your...
Hold on then. Hold on.
That's not what I saw.
Let me just make sure that I have this straight based on... I'm going to call that testimony. Now, it's an interview, but let's just say that was her testimony.
Mm-hmm.
First off, hands up, don't shoot's a joke. It never happened. So you've got a false premise there. The next one is this. You just admitted to interrupting a sermon and a service.
Yeah.
Which is entirely what the act that they're being prosecuted is under. She just flat out said, I waited for him to finish the prayer, then I asked a question. Okay, I don't know, Tug. Have you ever unsolicited asked questions to pastor, priest, father, anyone who is conducting a religious ceremony?
No, I haven't.
Hey, who do you think the Falcons are going to beat this weekend?
Yeah. What
how much?
What kind of interruption is that? Because I know at our church, and we're at church every Sunday, and we love our pastor. There's never been a time that I've jumped up and said anything during the service. At the end of the service, might walk up to him, hey, I got a question about what you said about in the sermon. Or, hey, I know you're a big Tide fan. How you feel about them getting in the college football playoff? There's conversations that you might have, but it ain't in the middle of the service. And it's never going to be that. She went on the Communist News Network, CNN, and was able to lie to the American people. That's filthy on CNN's part.
And she went on and admitted to actually what she's being accused of. But she tried to do it as, well, I waited. It didn't matter. Yeah. You still interrupted a service of people that were in a house of worship that you were not invited into.
Even worse, baby girl, it's all on video.
On video.
You were dumb enough to film it.
Toast.
It's complete toast. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. When we continue on Extra 106.3, 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. The face of the fake Trump charges are now having to answer the questions of why. As you'll hear, he is failing miserably. Next on the Morning Extra.
Live and local news talk continues at 3 p.m. with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. It's the Kimmer Show, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Calling all contractors. This is Devin Stovall, Stovall & Company, and we're here for you. We're a third-generation, family-owned and operated company for 75 years and just opened our 11th location in Canton on 9500 Union Hill Road. We're proud to provide your wholesale irrigation, nursery, and landscape supply needs. How do you envision your dream outdoor space for you or your customers? We're here to fulfill them all. We all take pride in special requests and shipping right to your job site. Here at Stovall, we have it all. Check us out at StovallINC.com.
Join Daniel Madelon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. This week's guest is Philip Holloway, founder of the Holloway Law Group. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
So your New Year's resolution was to slow down on the drinking. Now you're in a jail cell facing a DUI. Time to call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. A Second Chance will get your loved one home quickly. For 20 years, they've been helping folks with 12 locations across Metro Atlanta and Birmingham and are available 24/7. For fast, professional, discreet services, call 404-BAILOUT. That's 404-BAILOUT or visit atlbail.com. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us.
Oh no, what is that sound?
It's our rejection detection system. It's showing that several men across Georgia are being denied intimacy by their partners due to ED.
How can this be?
Well, it's more common than you think. As men age, their bodies change. And unfortunately, once they get over 50, some things don't work like they used to.
So what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. We need to get them to Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He can fix ED problems.
But how?
At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, they are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, and Trimex to create an erection and more.
Hi, this is Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 struggle with some form of ED? Guys, it won't get better on its own. When it's not hard, it's really hard. But I can help you today. Call us at Total Body Therapy of Georgia at 404-777-1911 or learn more about us online at tbtofga.com.
You're setting a lot of goals for 2026, big plans, new adventures, and Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicles to get you there. The 2026 Subaru Forester is the same reliable SUV that's earned the trust of drivers for decades, but with more adventurous style and more advanced safety technology. And you'll love exploring in the 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. It gives you up to 34 miles per gallon and the power of a 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, adding plenty of go to your adventures. The 2026 Subaru Outback shares your adventurous spirit. With up to 32 miles per gallon and 9.5 inches of ground clearance, you can explore your world with confidence. And the 2026 Subaru Legacy is what happens when we put the best of Subaru into a sedan. A turbocharged 260 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine makes driving a thrill. Love is out there. Find it at Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, or shop online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Is your entire home winter ready? Every entry point? Cold air is invading your home through your windows, entry doors, and your biggest entry point, your garage door. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Keep that cold air out of your home and save on your heating bills with energy-efficient windows, entry doors, and garage doors from All Four Seasons. We're proud to be celebrating a quarter-century of quality work and customer care. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Friday, January 23rd, and here are your headlines. Cherokee Emergency Management says crews are preparing for an incoming winter storm with potential ice accumulation, pre-treating roads with salt and sand ahead of dangerous conditions. Officials are continuing to warn drivers to stay off icy roads as they use utility partners to coordinate response efforts. Marietta City Schools have adjusted its weekend schedule due to forecasted winter weather, requiring all Saturday activities to end by noon and canceling all Sunday events as the district monitors conditions. Leaders say preparations are underway to keep the building safe and will decide on school operations for the next week based on how the storm evolves. And finally, the Cobb Chamber annual dinner was moved from this weekend to a later date because of the poor weather forecast linked to the same winter system impacting the region. Event organizers said all registrations and sponsorships will be honored for the new date. Today's weather is cloudy with a high of 53 and a low of 40. David Chanley will join the guys at 9 a.m. to discuss the final update he has on this weekend's winter storm. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Thank you, Bryce. Tug and Los here on the Morning Extra, welcoming you to the show. If you're kind of getting out and about right now, if you missed any of the show, then you can go back and listen to it on the Extra 106.3 app. It is available there for you, Apple or Android. It's free. You can listen to the show in its entirety. You can go back and listen to different segments. Whatever it is that you're interested in, it will be available for you there on demand whenever you choose to listen, whenever you're free to listen. That is the beauty of the Extra 106.3 app. There's something about, Los, when you see the bully finally get their due. Whether it's the bully at school when you're growing up and they always picked on the one kid and finally the one kid had enough. And that one kid just hauls off and knocks the daylights out of this dude. And maybe he gets punished a little bit. Maybe he goes to the principal's office and he explains his side of the story, but he doesn't get punished nearly as bad as the bully does because the bully's been doing this a long time. And there's just something about that moment when everybody in the whole school was like, finally, that dude got put in his place. That's what yesterday reminded me of when Jack Smith was sitting in his seat squirming, having to explain how he's surveilled members of Congress without their knowledge, even calling Mike McCarthy at the time, House Majority Leader, a flight risk, so they didn't have to tell him that they were surveying him. There were the things that they went after Donald Trump, all the fake nonsense, the 34 felonies that they went after Donald Trump with. All of that was discussed yesterday, and there's just nothing better than seeing him squirm knowing that he's having to answer for what he did.
So much of this leads back to Jack Smith and how dirty this became. The spying on congressmen and senators, that's its own bucket, which that had its time. Seriously, you are surveilling congressmen and senators under what guise? Well, they might have been involved with Donald Trump in attempting to steal an election. I mean, that was the premise. Now, how did all this get started with Jack Smith? Well, Jack Smith was trying to explain that this all got started because Donald Trump was asking questions about a rigged election. That's basically how all of this got moving. And to think, Tug, this goes back to a time period because people would typically say, if they're not thinking about it, like, well, how did that cause them to create a federal indictment, and here's what they're going to do, and here's how they're going to go after him. They're going to go after him in all these states. Remember, we were in a time period where if you said, hey, this COVID vax doesn't work, you couldn't say that. If you said natural immunity is better than any of this stuff, that didn't work. You couldn't bring up ivermectin. You were in this period of time where the government and the powers that be had decided what you could say and not say. And so Donald Trump basically saying, hey, we got questions about this election, that was good enough for people like Jack Smith to create narratives to go after somebody. So I want to play this for you. This is Jim Jordan. And if you remember, do you remember the whole Cassidy Hutchins story?
Yes, of course. That's the one who she claimed that Donald Trump was in the limo and tried to take control. In the Beast, and try to grab the steering wheel and drive them down to the Capitol.
So that's the story that Cassidy Hutchinson tried to say. Now, she was coached up to do this by Liz Cheney. It's part of why the whole January 6th committee all needed presidential pardons, okay? They all told lies. It was all a bunch of BS. But Cassidy Hutchinson had one of the greatest BS stories ever. When asked about it, it turned into, well, I mean, I wasn't there. Well, this is what I heard. And the Secret Service within 24 hours, it's like, that didn't happen at all. But yet, what did the January 6th committee do along with Jack Smith? Don't talk to any of those people. Don't talk to the Secret Service about what actually happened. But take a listen, and we'll cut this off at some point. This is Jim Jordan pointing out Jack Smith and pointing out what was happening with his star witness. Take a listen.
She was their star witness. January 6th committee, their star witness in one of those staged and choreographed hearings they paid the former president of ABC News to put together. She was, in fact, the only witness at this special prime time hearing Tuesday, June 28th, 2022, 8 o'clock in the evening, and she told some stories. I mean, these were some stories. She talked about President lunged across the back seat, grabbed the steering wheel, tried to drive the car to the Capitol. And I just want to know, you think she was lying?
Chairman Jordan, my assessment of that particular issue is that with respect to the testimony about the president lunging towards the driver, my recollection of her testimony about that is that it was secondhand. She said she'd heard that from somebody.
You familiar with the name Tony Ornato?
I'm sorry, sir?
You familiar with the name Tony Ornato?
Yes.
White House Deputy Chief of Operations, Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, right? You remember what he said about it?
As I sit here right now, I do not.
Yeah, he said it didn't happen. How about Bobby Engel? You familiar with that name?
Yes, I am.
Secret Service agent who was actually in the car that day. You know what he said? He said it didn't happen.
All right, there you go. That's what Jim Jordan was doing yesterday, one after another, to show the American people through congressional testimony that so much of this case that was built against Donald Trump was just made for TV. It was made to try and keep him from being unelectable. And at the very worst, could they possibly try and associate him to a crime like he was some sort of mob boss, even though the man had made it to 78 years old without ever facing anything in his life like this?
Dude, I knew the moment they hired an executive producer what it was.
You called it. You're like, why are you hiring an executive producer?
This person produced like Dance with the Stars or American Idol or something. And they're like, yeah, let's get him in here. Well, why would you want to do that? Like, what is the benefit of making this into a made-for-TV Lifetime movie? Oh, so you can lay out the story you want and you can have the effects hit at the right time. You know, you can have the fireworks go off when the fireworks are supposed to go off because that's what good TV does. Good TV don't necessarily tell you the right story. The news don't necessarily tell you the right story. It's all got to work in concert together so the right story, as you want it to be told, is out there.
So here's another fun one. So this ends up being Brandon Gill, and he got his opportunity to go. I just loved it. Tug, I think it's very well put by you. The bully got turned into the punching bag. Like, that's what it turned into. It turned into all the silliness. Yeah, all the silliness that you did for the better part of 2.5, 3 years, which, again, the timeline they went through showed not until Donald Trump announced he was going to run for president that they went full guns blazing. If it was so legitimate, then they would have done it before, right?
Well, what were you waiting on?
But with the timeline, none of that plays out. So here's Brandon Gill as he goes after Jack Smith.
Yes, sir, we did.
Yes, you did. And the subpoena covered the time period between November 2020 and January 2021. Is that right?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you say that again?
We're not going to delay like this. The subpoena covered the time period between November of 2020 and January 2021. How many days after Kevin McCarthy was sworn in as Speaker did you subpoena his records?
I don't recall, but those two things had nothing to do with
it. It was 16 days after becoming the highest-ranking Republican in the House of Representatives. You subpoenaed his toll records. Do you agree that might reasonably be considered a violation of the speech or debate clause?
I do not, and I want to be clear that the toll records...
You were collecting months' worth of phone data on the Republican Speaker of the House, the leader of the opposition, right after he got sworn in as Speaker, all around the time of a major vote. That sounds like a flagrant violation of the speech or debate clause to me, and I think most people agree with me. And Speaker McCarthy had no recourse, did he? Because you issued a non-disclosure order ensuring that neither he nor any of the American people knew about these subpoenas. Is that right?
The non-content toll record subpoenas, we did secure non-disclosure orders for those subpoenas.
You did. And let me ask you, Mr. Smith, at the time you secured those non-disclosure orders, was Speaker McCarthy a flight risk?
The non-disclosure order was based on concerns about...
Was Speaker McCarthy a flight risk?
He was not.
He was not. Then why did your non-disclosure order refer to him as a flight risk? It says right here, the court finds reasonable grounds to believe that such disclosure will result in flight from prosecution.
All right, so here's the important factor about that. Because Jack Smith decided that the Speaker of the House was a flight risk, it was never having to be disclosed that he was being monitored.
You could keep it as quiet. You didn't have to tell anybody. You didn't have to tell the Speaker himself.
It's called spying.
That's right. You didn't have to tell the Congress. You spied, and you know it. You did it on purpose. These things are coming to light, but it's something that you and I and everybody listening right now has already known. We knew this was happening. because Twitter had been freed by then, we're able to discuss and we're able to get information and actual accurate information, not mainstream news information. So now that it's on display for everybody, even Aunt Peg can't go, well, they didn't know, they're just trying their best.
This has been my point when I say, that you require a pound of flesh. That if you don't send people to jail, if you don't send people to prison, then they keep storming churches, they keep making up stuff about pandemics, and they keep spying on opposing administrations. I mean, this started in 2016.
That sounds like something like the Nazis would do.
It's incredible that, hey, we got away with this in 2016. We're the ones in charge. What's the big deal? You know what? Yeah, you can spy on the Speaker of the House. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're above the law. In the meantime, we'll tell everybody nobody's above the law.
It sounds like something the communists would do. And isn't it funny that they don't see it that way on the left? They're like, yes, we had to get Donald Trump. We still have to get Donald Trump. We're still after him every day. They can't even look at themselves and go, wait a minute, we're doing exactly what we're accusing them of. Or maybe they're doing it on purpose.
They are trying to cover for what they're doing by accusing their opponents of it. It's always been the same. And to think, Jack Smith, and those are my two favorite moments that occurred.
There's a bunch of good ones.
Because his star witness has made up a story that was then you had a number of different Secret Service agents say it's just not true. That just didn't happen. But none of that was considered. And then to think that Jack Smith had actually filed with a court to spy on prominent members of the Republican Party by getting their cell phone records and being able to look into who they were contacting and then covered it up so they would never find out.
Oh. And then when asked about it, I love the fact that Brandon Gill called him out for delaying, because if you listened to much of that testimony yesterday, you heard, as I sit here right now, you heard my assessment, you heard my recollection, and then you heard, I don't recall. Some of those phrases were used over and over and over to prevent from actually having to tell the truth. Those were CYA statements.
Yes, they were.
That way, when everything comes to a head, he could just say, I didn't know. That's at the time, that's what I thought.
Yes,
no.
He will have the ability to say, I didn't lie in front of Congress.
That's right. That's all that's what those statements are designed to do. So when you hear them, you know exactly what's happening.
To the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, to the best of my recollection. Yeah.
I swear, I'm going to go out and do some crazy stuff, and when my wife gets after me, I can't believe that you wasted like $300 at a casino. Well, to the best of my recollection, I only had 50.
Yeah, that's right. As I sit here now, sweetheart.
As I sit here now.
I don't remember that being the number.
I don't recall that was what was established.
That's right. Oh, man. That stuff is, I think that's the stuff that makes people the maddest. When they're caught, when they're had, and they still lie.
It's a scumbag dance.
It is such a scummy thing to do. And no surprise that Jack Smith is the one doing the scumbag dance. Goodness. I sound like Kimmer. Scumbag! That's so good.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. He's lying. Oh, my God. Did you just hear him? He said, as I sit here today. That's so good. That's the worst Kimmer impression ever, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, we're trying. We're getting better.
We're doing the best we can.
I can't even get AI to do a really solid one when Kimmer gets animated. That's where there's limited capabilities.
We're working on it, though. If we ever get there, Los will figure it out, and we'll have it the next day. I promise you that.
Write it like, I want you to say this like a very angry Marine.
Oh, my gosh! When we come back, we'll do an extra flashback to one of the truest things that Charlie Kirk ever said as you see it unfold right now in America. Next on Extra 106.3. Oh, my God!
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, January 23rd. From the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons have started their interview process as they look for a new team general manager. The team has interviewed James Lippert, who has been working for the Houston Texans as their assistant general manager of the team. Bears assistant GM Ian Cunningham, 49ers director of scouting and football operations Josh Williams, and Steelers assistant GM Eric Weedle are all on the list to be interviewed. From the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks are back in action tonight at State Farm Arena as they host the Phoenix Suns. That tip-off is set for 7:30. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Don't believe this nonsense you see on TV commercials about how uncomfortable a CPAP mask is. Take it from me. You wear one, especially the nasal pillow I use, for one night, and you will fight anybody that tries to take it away from you. But if they do take it away from you, you can get more at cpapsetcetera.com, cpapsetc.com, with a store in Alpharetta, same-day shipping. To your health, cpapsetc.com.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the Honest Car Guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
You know, Los, we found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee.
How do you prove that?
We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal.
How much can people save when they buy their next vehicle with the Honest Car Guy?
I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, on a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000. But it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%. Well, really, it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. The Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, try the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. If Democrats are going to get control of the Senate, one possible path goes through the last frontier. Former statewide Democratic Alaska Representative Mary Peltola is challenging GOP Alaska Senator Dan Sullivan. Peltola lost her re-election to the House to Republican Nick Begich in 2024. In her campaign announcement, Peltola hailed prior lawmakers like late Representative Don Young, who she succeeded in the House, and legendary Alaska Senator Ted Stevens, who she said ignored lower 48 partisanship to fight for Alaska. In 2022, Peltola flipped the red state's at-large House district into Democratic control, but Republicans coalesced around Begich, boosting him to flip the House seat. President Trump won Alaska by double digits in 2024. The top 4 vote-getters in the August primary will advance to the November general election regardless of party affiliation. There was some speculation that Peltola could run for governor. The Cook Political Report rates the Senate race as lean Republican. That's one step from a toss-up. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays. Anywhere on the Xtra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Xtra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
This has been going on for years and years. Since Donald Trump came down the elevator, or the escalator rather, at Trump Towers announcing that he was running for president, the left, the loving left, started calling him all kinds of horrible names: Nazi, dictator, Hitler. I mean, they tried to dehumanize him. That way, whatever happened, including shooting at him in Butler, Pennsylvania, and then a second attempt down on a golf course in Florida, that those things would be okay. Charlie Kirk talked about these type of issues that people would be seeing in the United States of America. It's one of the things that Charlie was so right about. I mean, he was right about so much, but this specifically. And it really, if you can point to something that I've not thought of, it really is only happening on the left. I don't remember us calling anybody any name that would dehumanize them. We've talked about them being communists, but that's what they openly call themselves. Communists, socialists, Marxists. They're very proud of it.
Revolutionaries.
Revolutionaries, there we go. But that's not dehumanizing. I wouldn't, I mean, for me, it's a horrible thing to be called, but they embrace it. So it's not like we're calling them something that is not a word that they wouldn't use about themselves. They cannot, on the left, see through their self-hatred to realize what has happened, what has become of them as people. And like I said, I just don't see it on our side. So let's flash back here on Extra.
We said all there is to say, baby, flashback, go ahead and give it to me.
Because Charlie Kirk was right. And I want you to hear him in his own words. I don't want to summarize it. I want you to hear the late, great Charlie Kirk talking about using this dehumanizing language. And tell me if you're seeing it more and more and more.
What's your hat say?
ICE.
What does that stand for?
Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement. Hey, don't touch it.
Knocked off his hat.
Gotta let her have her emotions, man. Just listen. Have a nice day.
Listen, I'm not saying that she was right.
Let's have a conversation. When people stop talking, really bad stuff starts. When marriages stop talking, divorce happens. When civilizations stop talking, civil war ensues. When you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to want to commit violence against that group. Whether it be the horrible genocides of the last 100 years, people stop talking with each other because they lose their humanity. I wish we could be here without having my hat thrown off and stuff, but what we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have reasonable disagreement where violence is not an option.
Dude, he couldn't have summarized it more eloquently. He couldn't have summarized it more correctly for what the left is doing. What are they saying? They're saying that those ICE agents deserve to have their families doxxed. They deserve to be shot at. They deserve to have anything bad that happens to them. They deserve to have that happen. That's dehumanizing. And like Charlie Kirk, we try to talk about it, and we invite people that disagree with us to come on and debate. Usually don't happen, but it don't mean we don't invite them. And the more you watch what's happening in Minnesota, you realize that's exactly what Charlie Kirk was talking about. These people, they don't converse anymore, Los. They don't talk anymore. They just scream, and whatever happens to you, they're okay with it, including your death.
Well, they're tired of losing. They got beat at the ballot box. They're losing nearly every day. And so what do they have left? They can't argue you. They can't have a discussion in which case they come out on the right side of it. So their left is violence. And to think, Charlie Kirk died explaining trans violence and what's going on to somebody who actually wanted to have a discussion with him. And as he's explaining it, a person who's involved with a trans woman killed him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you need. If there isn't more of the perfect explanation of what he said in the past and how on his dying moment he was willing to have a conversation with someone who didn't agree with him over an issue where the very thing he's talking about, the level of violence that trans people show, is what got him killed.
It's unbelievable, man. It really is. There's still those days that I cannot believe that man is dead. He was such a powerful force for good and did it in a way that every time I hear somebody say, well, I disagree with what he said about whatever, and I'm like, okay, what is that? Because I've even had people in our friend group say, well, I didn't like what he said about whatever it is. I think one point he said, have more kids than you can afford. And they didn't like that. And I'm like, well, let's go back and talk about what he was talking about. What did he mean by that? And they can never give you the answer. They can never elaborate on anything that they actually think that they don't agree with Charlie Kirk about. And then if you take it a step farther to the people on the left, they never listened to him to begin with. So they disagreed with everything just because he was saying it.
Well, it was easy to kill a caricature. But that's what they had done. Yep. They basically had turned a man, a father, a husband into a caricature of hate. And they only did it not because they were, ultimately gets him killed, but they were doing it to silence a message.
That's right.
But eventually, because this is what happens with communists, it goes so far that the only last thing that can happen is, well, now you got to kill the messenger.
Yeah, that's right. And they're not afraid to do it.
No.
They are not afraid to do it. You look at Mangione up in New York City shooting the CEO of United Healthcare in the back. They're not afraid to do it. The crazy thing is he's the street commie, right? That you've elaborated on so many times on the show, Los. But he's the one that carried out the action.
Yep.
And you have the upper level communist that is like, well, this person's a dictator. This person's awful. Those insurance companies, they deserve everything. They're taking all your money. And I'm no fan of insurance companies. I think they're low down too in a lot of ways. I don't think shooting a man in the back in broad daylight is a good idea because I disagree with them.
Minnesota is a really good example, Tug. Minneapolis is a great example. Everything that you're talking about, like, I don't agree with this. I see what they went ahead and did. Yeah, but the upper level, they won't do any of this stuff.
No.
They have their lower levels
That's right.
do it.
Because they'll get...
Yeah, and you wonder why the rhetoric that they're firing off doesn't change.
That's right. Because it's working.
Because this is what they need. It's like, we need our streets to be violent towards our enemies. And if they can possibly be deadly towards our enemies, all the better.
Even better. Isn't that crazy to think that there's people that are so misguided that they think shooting someone in the back, because they still celebrate this, dude.
Well, the goal is, can I inspire, if I'm an upper-level communist, my goal is, can I inspire you to go eliminate the people that I need you to eliminate so that it's easier for me to hold on to or get more power? Because I don't want to do it. I'm not going to get my hands dirty. But if I can get impressionable, dumb Chip to go shoot somebody, well, then
so
right,
be it.
Good for me.
Furthering the cause.
Go get him, Aunt Peg.
That's right. Further the cause. Do it for me.
And I'll never get my hands dirty. In fact, I will be the one who gets to run the party. I get to sit in my palatial establishment. I get to sit in my $1 million home. You know where you get to sit? 6 feet under or in a prison. But you know what? That's just how it goes. I need more power.
And then the everyday, let's say the run-of-the-mill Democrat that doesn't realize what's happened in the party, because there's still a handful of them there that don't realize that their party has been captured by socialists, Marxists, and communists. And they're like, well, Charlie Kirk was spreading a message of hate. And some of them would celebrate it, like college professors celebrating it. And maybe college professors probably a bad example because they openly embrace Marxism and socialism.
Well, they're also part of a different faction of the useful idiot.
Yeah,
it's like you're creating the street animals for us.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely.
But by the way, you'll never be part of the elite end of the party either.
Ever. They will hang you out to dry immediately. They will use you up, and then let whatever comes to you happen to you. Ask Jack Smith how he feels about it right now. And I would say you would probably think he's elite. And they're letting him roast. And let me tell you, if he goes to jail, you think they're going to come visit him in his hour of visitation a week? Nope. They're not going to see him. And this is a dude that was up there doing the bidding, at least the white-collar bidding of the communists. If they will hang him out to dry... And it's yet to be seen if he's going to be in trouble, if he should be. All the evidence points to he should be. Let's see what actually happens. And then let's see how the Democrats act. And what defense, if any, they give Jack Smith. The 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. What should you expect this weekend? Fox 5 Chief Meteorologist David Chandley from WAGA joins us next on Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Would it be okay if I combined 2 topics on today's commentary? First one's real short. Would you idiots please use your turn signals when you change lanes on an expressway? What is so damn hard about that? If I could make the fine for failure to use a turn signal $500, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Now, something else. Yeah, I'm traveling in the Bortz bus. The American dream, own your own home. I'll never forget when the Queen and I bought our first place, nor will I ever forget when we paid it off. That is one of the primary paths to personal wealth and a comfortable retirement. It's under attack from the Democrats, of course, the Democrat socialists. New York City, this little twerp that Mom Danny has as a tenant protector thinks that owning homes is part of white supremacy, and she wants housing equity. That means that everybody's house should be basically the same as everybody else's house. You think I'm lying? Listen to her. Look at her past statements. California, they're considering out there a law that would require you, if you decide you want to sell your house, to sell it to the government first, or what they call an NGO, a non-government organization, which is really not non-government. Then only if the government doesn't step forward and buy your house would you be allowed to make the sale to another private entity. Keep voting for Democrats, folks. The American dream will be gone. And you'll stand around saying, what the hell happened? You happened. Mom Danny happened. Gavin Newsom happened. Big government happened. Democrat big government happened. Happy days. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Fox Facts.
The phrase mad as a hatter might sound like a quirky saying, but it has a surprisingly dark origin. In the 18th and 19th centuries, hat makers used a chemical called mercury nitrate to treat felt, helping it become soft and durable. The problem? Mercury is highly toxic. Over time, many hatters developed tremors, memory problems, mood swings, and erratic behavior, symptoms of mercury poisoning that people back then described as madness. The condition was so common, it earned the name hatter's shakes. The phrase entered everyday language to describe someone acting irrationally, and later became even more popular thanks to Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Mercury was eventually banned from hat making in the early 1900s after doctors and public health officials linked the illness directly to factory exposure. By then, the phrase had already become part of everyday English. Matt Murphy, Fox News.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
So you've heard a lot in the news about Donald Trump and Greenland. Oh, Donald Trump is going to try to take Greenland with troops. Have you seen any media member outlet try to give you an honest appraisal of just what is going on there? Why is Greenland important to the United States?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Last night I opened my water bill and electricity bill at the same time.
The same time? Wow, that must have...
I was shocked.
You were shocked with the water and electricity bill.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. Streaming across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
Millions of Americans will be stuck at home this weekend. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. A massive winter storm's coming.
It's a quarter of an inch of ice on the roads, and it creates just havoc everywhere. We're preparing for the worst and hoping for the best.
Brian Kemp in Georgia is one of many governors declaring an emergency in their states. Thick ice could go to areas from the Carolinas back to Texas, where it starts tonight.
Here in Dallas, we could see close to quarter to a half an inch of ice once all is said and done.
Fox weather meteorologist Bain Froney.
This storm system is going to continue to track throughout the entire country, leaving tons and tons of snow in its wake. Areas like Oklahoma City could get up to 8 to 12 inches of snow as we move throughout the weekend. Now, this is going to continue to track up towards the north and the northeast.
It's not just driving that could be treacherous. Airlines are getting ready, waiving change fees for people to reschedule. Not only are there about 400 flights canceled today, there are already more than 1,400 cancellations tomorrow. A day of anti-ice protests planned in Minnesota, where it's frigid, 30 to 40 below zero wind chills. Organizers angry over immigration enforcement raids are urging people not to go to work or school, don't shop, as one protest last Sunday remains under federal investigation.
3 arrests so far from that anti-ice protest that took over a church service last weekend. And I emphasize so far because federal officials say more arrests are coming.
That's Fox's Garrett Tenney in Minneapolis. President Trump posted this morning on Truth Social about his accomplishments at the World Economic Forum, from the framework of a security deal in Greenland to setting up his new board of peace. Something President Trump did on day one of term 2 has taken effect, pulling the U.S. out of the World Health Organization,
accusing it of mismanaging the COVID-19 pandemic and being too susceptible to political influence. That withdrawal has now been finalized, with U.S. funding and staffing ceased, although WHO says the U.S. still owes it more than $130 million. The Trump administration says there will be collaboration on disease surveillance and data sharing directly with other countries. And
that's Fox's Chris Foster. America's listening to Fox.
Progressive Commercial knows truckers can expect the unexpected when driving, but a little heads up like this would still be nice.
Breaker truck driver. I'm the local meteorologist. Just letting you know I got the days mixed up and a little bit of hail is coming. Over. Actually, it's a hailstorm. My bad. Over.
Be ready for the unexpected with primary liability limits up to $2 million on our specialty heavy truck coverage. Get a quote at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to terms and limits.
Welcome to the most wonderful time of the year, when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, scream in terror, and start looking for new ways to save money. If that's you, why not cut your wireless bill in half with a saver plan from Pure Talk? You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super fast 5G network for just $20 a month. Ho, ho, ho. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will help you switch in minutes. Again, talk, text, and data for just $20 a month.
Want weather? Grab your phone. Need traffic? Grab your phone. Conservative news and talk, also on your phone. Get the Extra 1063 app.
Oh, good heavens. What has happened?
What happened? We're right back in December?
Dude, we have, you talk about an extra flashback. That's one I didn't see coming. But Bryce, you may be on to something with everything that's happening around town. And typically we don't spend a lot of time with weather because it is right there on your phone. You know, it's right there. But today may be the difference. And we're going to connect with Chief Meteorologist David Chanley here in just a few minutes on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3, because Brian Kemp already declared a state of emergency. And Los, you explained to folks that the reason he does that is because then there's federal help in case things go haywire.
Immediately, and considering that you are an outdoor enthusiast and a trained survivalist.
Yes, I am. I'm glad you told everybody. Now they know.
That's why we bring up weather, so that this is an opportunity for Tug to show off his wares.
Yeah.
Show off his abilities.
That's right.
And to help you.
That's right. I am so prepared. I've got every power bank that we have to charge your phones charged up. I got the portable power bank that came in last night. That that thing is supposed to run, keep up. Like, we don't have a CPAP at our house, but if you did, it would run a CPAP for 3 days or something. If you run out of power, you could hook it up to a little griddle. So it's that kind of device that would power some things like that. As we welcome Fox 5 Chief Meteorologist David Chanley to the Morning Extra, and maybe if you're real Atlanta, you would know David works for WAGA. He doesn't. It's not Fox 5. It's WAGA. That's WAGA. What it's always been.
That's it. It is WAGA. That's old school.
Dude, it is. I love old school. And the older I get, I had a birthday yesterday, David. The older I get, the more I like old school.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
No doubt about it. Well, welcome, man. Thank you so much for taking the time. Folks, are on alert. What does the modeling tell you now? Because when you're on earlier in the week, you said probably Friday evening we'll have a good idea.
Yeah, well, we got a great idea now. Things coming together, and it's all about what we call the wedge of cold air. The meteorological term is cold air damming. That's cold air is real thick, right? And so it hugs down next to the ground. This is Arctic air, and the Arctic air is coming in from the northeast, coming right down I-85 from the Carolinas, and so it's a shallow layer. And our concern is getting that down below freezing, and then you've got precipitation falling in that, and that is the recipe for an ice storm. And you talk about old school. Here's the thing, Tug and Los, is that we've had so many people move to this area in the last decade that have no idea about what's going to roll in here. See, we have an ice storm warning already for our northeast counties. Far south is Forsyth County, Hall County, Jackson County, and then up into the northeast corner. We haven't had an ice storm warning in 12 years. So this is unusual. But we kind of know what's going to happen if we get that cold air in place and that precipitation falling. You start getting ice buildup anywhere from a quarter to a half inch, maybe a little bit more, and that can be devastating, bringing down trees and power lines. And the wind's going to be blowing. That's going to be on Sunday. Have wind gusts up around 25, 30 miles an hour.
Fox 5 Chief Meteorologist David Chanley joins us on the Morning Extra. And first off, sir, I would like to credit your staff and the work that everyone's done in the area. Every time I've been into my Publix in the last 72 hours, it's jam-packed. It's nuts.
Yep.
So I think a lot of people are heeding that warning that perhaps the most important thing you can do, find a place, as you advised earlier in the week, stay put and try and be as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, if you got running around to do today, you can do it. You can do it tonight. Tonight's fine. It's early Saturday morning. The precipitation probably starting in the northwest corner of the state early Saturday, but right now it looks like temperatures will be above freezing. I'm not looking for problems until after lunch tomorrow, and that's up in northeast Georgia. So everybody wants to know about the metro area. It is going to be such a dicey call later tomorrow afternoon to tomorrow night, like, Roswell versus, East Point versus DeKalb County versus Gwinnett, where the ice buildup's going to begin first and how long it's going to last. But I think we're going to see far-reaching impacts, metro, north, and northeast.
Goodness gracious. For a Georgia Bulldog like yourself, hunker down seems to be.
That's it. Well, Athens, speaking of which, Athens is going to get kind of hammered as well. They're right in what I call the sweet spot. But if I had to put, right now, it'd be places like Cornelia, Northern Hall County, Jefferson, Commerce. That area is up I-85 now. Here in town, like I said, places in where the station's in and around Emory. You've got it's wherever this pocket of the coldest air is going to be for the longest time. Now, here's the thing also is we may get a little bump up Sunday later with the temperature, and it may change over to some rain, but that doesn't help. Because think about if you've got ice in your glass and you pour like a Coca-Cola on it, like the ice is still there. It may melt a little bit with liquid, but it's still going to be there. Then we're going to freeze big time Sunday night into Monday. That's going to be a concern, after the fact.
I know we're supposed to be talking about serious things like the weather, but we've already hit you with WAGA, and David Chanley, Chief Meteorologist at Fox 5 Atlanta, just hit you with a Coca-Cola.
There you go.
That's a real deal right there. That's Georgia through and through, man. If I've ever heard anybody say something that sounds like Georgia, Coca-Cola's it.
Yeah. There you go.
The comparison to the weather and a Coca-Cola, dude. I'm telling you.
Let me ask you this: as we are joined by Chief Meteorologist David Chanley from Fox 5. So I know you talked about it earlier in the week that colding trend that might be starting on Sunday and might run out for several days during the week. Potentially, if we have pretty amount of decent ice on the ground. What is the long-term prognosis, worst-case scenario of how long it could hang around before we can safely pass on some of our streets, especially in the North Metro area and the northern part of Georgia?
Yeah, the difference is the roads and the ice accumulation in trees and power lines, kind of two different scenarios. In that, I know GDOT's doing all they can to treat the roads, and I'm not advising anybody to travel at all because we don't know where the worst spot's going to be. But once you can once the precipitation stops and you get any sort of treatment of the roads, and then on Monday we may get a little bit of a break, kind of up near freezing and so forth. But of course, sunshine would help. It's the constant freezing of where the trees are and where the power lines are and the wind blowing and taking out the power. I think that's the greatest concern, and so that's going to linger. Probably not going to see a whole lot of improvement until Tuesday. Even into Wednesday, because Tuesday morning we're going to be in the teens.
Yeah,
so that's how cold it's going to be.
What's like worst case scenario? Sounds like what's best case scenario?
Well, the best case scenario is we live down in LaGrange. And we live in
so there is there's not a best case
scenario. The best case scenario is you're kind of in the South Metro area and you're going, oh man, I'm so glad we're down here.
Or you're flying out Saturday morning to the Caribbean.
That would be pretty good. If you can get in and out Saturday morning, that would be great. Here's the problem, though, is this is as we've seen, a massive snowstorm across the nation. So where's your plane coming in from? Is it going to, that's the problem with that. And I mean, Utah, it's going to be not only the ice storm here in the south, but, I mean, significant snow stretching from, Texas to, D.C. to points northward.
Well, this is the challenge for my wife, and actually she was waiting until this interview was conducted. She is looking to fly out to the West Coast. She was supposed to fly out on Sunday evening. That clearly is out, and so the option is now like a 6 a.m. flight on Saturday, and I've told her, I was like, I know it's going to be a pain, but that's probably going to be your safest option to get out. Now, I don't know when you can get back in. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's smarter people than I can do all that logistics, but I just know that if where I am, Saturday, say lunch is where I want to be for several days. How about that?
What does that look like for you, David? As the chief meteorologist, the lead person when it comes to weather over at Fox 5. Where were you?
I've already thrown seniority around. I've got the best. I've commandeered one of our executive offices in the couch, and I said that's going to be mine. The rest of y'all fend for yourself, but I put up my tent already.
There you go. How does the couch? I mean, is it a super comfortable couch? Because the one we have in our studio, you wake up and you ain't gonna be able to stand up straight.
No. No. But all I need is a pillow. I'm one of these I can sleep. Just give me a pillow. I'm good. Let's go.
So you will be like when folks want to know and they flip over to Fox 5. Are y'all going wall to wall? How will that?
Yeah, we are.
I figured so.
We are. Yeah, we got Alex Forbes and Joanne Feldman in the morning. Then Jonathan Stacy will be there, through the course of the afternoon. Then I've got late afternoon and into the night. And I think we talked about this earlier. We've got a huge football game on Sunday night.
Yeah.
By then, though, I think a lot of the weather aspects of this is going to be over with. It's just who has power and who doesn't.
It is. It's going to be a challenge, but it is a challenge that we can overcome. I was talking to a lady at dinner last night, and she was saying she had moved here from out of town and been here for 10, 15, 20 years, whatever it is, and we were talking about how things kind of don't go well for Atlanta with inclement weather. There's SNL skits with Buford Calloway about the craziness that happens in Atlanta. So I'm just hoping not to end up on Saturday Night Live. I'm hoping everybody remembers the time that people had to abandon their cars. And I know timing with leaving work, back in, was it 2014? That had a lot to do with that. I just hope everybody, and the weekend will help with that, but I just hope everybody is prepared and stays at home just like you've instructed, and we don't end up as a Saturday Night Live punchline.
Yeah, I think we learned a huge lesson, and I think we're much more prepared for it. Yes.
There you go, David Chanley, chief meteorologist at Fox 5. And how do folks, if they want to keep up with you on social media,
especially the digital stuff too?
Yeah. Well, we've got our Fox 5 Storm Team app, which is great tool. And then anytime we're on, you can watch us live there. And Fox 5, we've got you covered on Instagram, Facebook, X, the whole everything.
Yep, Fox Local, a whole bunch of ways to keep up with David, buddy. We appreciate you. We'll be following you on social. We'll be watching you on TV, making sure that we have the most up to date and the best information you can get when it comes to the weather from Chief Meteorologist Fox 5 at David Chanley and his team. Thank you, David.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, sir. Good. Always a pleasure to talk to David. He is, I've known David for probably 15, 20 years now. Has never steered me wrong one time, Los. He's always good.
This is, it's just interesting that when you have the, like Jim Cantori of the world, every single time there's a big hurricane, it's like, I got to get there and I got to cover it. All right, how often, maybe once a decade, do we have these sort of events? And you as a staff and you as a leader there at Fox 5 know that, hey, we got to burn this thing around the clock, and we got to sleep here, and we got to keep up, getting people up to date. It doesn't come around, so I get it. Like the man's focused and ready to go.
Yeah, he's always on top of it. Great guy, great friend of the show, and always a pleasure to have him on. And quickly, I need to just let you know what Georgia Power is doing, as a matter of fact, as Winter Storm Fern brings. And did you know that this had a name?
We gave it a name, huh?
Yeah, I I've not heard this yet.
Fern?
Fern, F-E-R-N.
I'd be more concerned if it was Vern.
Me too, because Vern would wreck house.
Oh, here comes Vern.
Here comes Vern again.
There's the drunk uncle. All he does is knocks over your stuff.
Watch out for Vern.
On fire. Watch out for Vern.
You know what I mean, Vern?
Vern sounds like your nice aunt who like gives you candy out of her pocket.
Very mild. Probably got some peppermint in there for you. As winter storm Fern brings sub-freezing temperatures with a chance of ice and snow, Georgia Power is prepared and ready to respond. Their storm center monitors conditions around the clock, and the crews are in place across the state to safely respond as quickly as possible to any potential outages. Stay safe by preparing an emergency kit with essential supplies. Los and I have talked about that a bunch. I know you already know this, but it's good to hear it again. Using generators outside, away from enclosed spaces, and avoiding any downed power lines or low hanging
Not in your garage, not in your living room.
And what you say, what was it, maybe Wednesday, when you're like, if you get in the car and crank it up to stay warm because the power's off, open the garage door. Carbon monoxide is not forgiving.
Carbon monoxide is no joke. This is also a nice time if you need to just have extra batteries. I know batteries are pricey now. It's like $10, $12 for a pack. Just have them around just in case. You never know. They're very helpful.
I'm not sure why we had to bring the whole stay away from down power lines up. But there's a reason. There's a reason.
It happens every time.
Somebody is the reason they put that line in there.
Now, let me also give the people the benefit of the doubt. Oftentimes you hear about, especially if there's down trees and people go wandering out there, they don't recognize their power lines. They step on something, that's what happens. But every now and again, there might be that one person that goes, oh, look, a down power line. Let me grab it.
Uncle Vern might be that person.
Because you hear about, hey, there's a lot of leaves, there's a lot of debris. People go out and they step on a line not knowing it's there, like a snake, except it electrocutes you and kills you.
Exactly. Immediately. There's no chance of getting to the hospital and get the antivenom.
You actually end up on your roof as you're then smoking. Like, whoa, that was bad.
He's blown up on the... Uncle Vern's on the roof. How'd he get up there?
Uncle Vern's on the roof. Fern got him.
That's exactly right.
I also think this is important, too. And as we kind of get into this process, you know, you're going to have Georgia Power that's going to be out there and working, and you're going to have a lot of linemen doing their thing. You're going to have the good people over at Fox 5 that are going to be at their weather center and constantly broadcasting and disseminating information. You also, if you just want to add another quiver, keep an eye on Waffle House.
Yes, sir.
Waffle House, they have one of the best, I know it sounds like a joke, the best weather monitoring setups, because they will consistently tell you what Waffle Houses are open and closed based on what the weather is in the area. That's what they actually have set up a national weather system for Waffle Houses.
It's called the Waffle House Index.
Yes. It's legit.
It's a metric that lets you know how far down that the damage is, because the one exit north of where everything is completely down and disaster and destroyed, one exit north or south, depending on which way you're going, one exit away from that, the Waffle Houses are open. And it's funny you bring that up. Last night at dinner at Waffle House with my sweet wife, lady was like, yep, we're hunkering down. They got us here. We're going to do 12-hour or 15-hour shifts. I can't remember which one she said, but we're going through. It's going to be a long day, but we're going to be here because we know people are going to need to get something to eat. As long as we got power, we're going to be open. And that's what Los is talking about, the Waffle House Index. It is real. The federal government uses the Waffle House Index as a metric on where we need to start the cleanup effort. We know it's going to be about an exit north.
They use that to ascertain damage in the area.
Yep, that's right.
That if the Waffle House is shut down completely, they recognize that area has probably suffered the sort of damage or has had the issues where staff can't make it in, the store is not operational. If there's a bunch of them that are green in an area, that's where it's recognized, okay, those are operational. We probably don't have a tremendous amount of damage or issues with power in that area.
We don't deserve the Waffle House.
They do a great job.
But I'm glad we got them. Oh, they're so good. For more tips and real-time updates, follow Georgia Power on social media, download the mobile app, or visit georgiapower.com/storm. Tug and Los. Oh, yeah.
And hashtag EXTRA Preppers. Extra Preppers.
That's right. And if you've noticed, Los has been busy with that hashtag. So get involved in the conversation at Front Office Los, at Tug Cowart and Extra 1063. When we come back, Mike Collins he's got good news about the Senate race, the one that he hopes to win in the primary and square off against John Ossoff. We will talk to him about that next on Extra 106.3.
Did you miss Neil Bortz?
I am shocked.
Don't worry. He's live anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Oh, that radio show.
Did traffic cause you to miss some of the Kimmer Show? Get it on the app.
It's all the kids talk about on Monday at school.
With anytime show replays from the Kimmer, Bortz, the Morning Extra, Clay and Buck, and so much more. Plus local headlines and breaking news. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Want to give a big country call out to Liberal John listening in this morning. You know what? The beauty is that we have so many people calling in, so many people listening, and we appreciate it. It's such great information, of course, from David Chanley. But that takes me to, if you've been waiting for the right minute to get your home squared away, because we're going to have days. We already had days that have been below freezing. I think it was like a 10-day run. And we've been up above that a little bit in the 40s the last couple days. But as you heard Chief Meteorologist David Chanley say, here in the next few days, into next week, it's going to be bone chilling. Is your house going to be warm? As long as you have power, you want the heat to work the way it's supposed to. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, they are proud to tell you about their 29th annual Winter White Sale. Lowest pricing of the year. Everything's on sale. Heating, which is the most important right now, but cooling too. Home performance solutions, making sure that the air that you and your family breathe inside the home is clean and good for your lungs. Rebates and discounts up to $2,300. Do yourself a favor while you have a moment, because Central can get out there within 24 hours, sometime day of. We had our friend Aaron, whose heat pump went down, whose furnace went down, and they were able to get out. Central was able to get out there in like 4 hours. Doesn't always work that way, but if they can, they'll get out there day of, but they guarantee you within 24 hours. Call Chuck and his team at 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Be prepared for what's headed your way this weekend. 29th Annual Winter White Sale, Central Heating and Air Conditioning, delivering carrier comfort for the world we share.
Join Daniel Madelon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. This week's guest is Philip Holloway, founder of the Holloway Law Group. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
So your New Year's resolution was to slow down on the drinking. Now you're in a jail cell facing a DUI. Time to call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. A Second Chance will get your loved one home quickly. For 20 years, they've been helping folks with 12 locations across Metro Atlanta and Birmingham and are available 24/7. For fast, professional, discreet services, call 404-BAILOUT. That's 404-BAILOUT or visit atlbail.com. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check them out online at atlturfco.com.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. It's 2026, and it's going to be a great year. So let's start the year off with a quiz. So what's the difference in a criminal and a socialist Democrat? Well, a criminal wants to steal your stuff, but a socialist Democrat wants to steal your freedom. So let's talk about safes. The Atlanta Safe House has the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Brands like Browning, Champion, and Fort Knox. With over 500 safes in stock, we are the place to buy a safe. So come by the showroom or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
How about a simple New Year's resolution? One that even I was able to achieve. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You're going to feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into places that have been balding or thinning for years. I'm surprised and relieved every time I look into that mirror, and you need to know what it feels like. And now, from Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment to their highly experienced team, they are the team that I personally recommend and trust in hair restoration. Did I mention your new hair is guaranteed to grow and can grow for life? How about celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. Again, that's 872-217-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at AdvancedHair.com.
Relief Factor loves hearing from pain-free customers and hopes that you're going to be the next that writes in. Kim wrote in and said, before trying Relief Factor, Glenn, I struggled just to make it through my work days. I'd collapse on the couch at night, aching everywhere. Within a few weeks of starting Relief Factor, that daily pain began to fade. Now I'm keeping up at work. I still have energy left for my family. My life has changed. Kim's is the story of thousands of kitchens and office desks and factory floors. The story of parents having more love to give because they have strength to share it. Relief Factor doesn't just ease pain, it restores your evening, your laughter, and the simple joy of just being present. Relief Factor has given me a big part of my life back, whether in the cold and elevation of our ranch or walks along the beaches with my wife in Florida. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free and targets the inflammation that causes pain so you can move better and feel better and actually enjoy life again. Try their 3-week quick start, $19.95. Go to ReliefFactor.com, 1-800-4RELIEF, 1-800-4RELIEF, and see if you're not the next to get out of pain.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Friday, January 23rd, and here are your headlines. Cherokee Emergency Management says crews are preparing for an incoming winter storm with potential ice accumulation, pre-treating roads with salt and sand ahead of dangerous conditions. Officials are continuing to warn drivers to stay off icy roads as they use utility partners to coordinate response efforts. Marietta City Schools have adjusted its weekend schedule due to forecasted winter weather, requiring all Saturday activities to end by noon and canceling all Sunday events as the district monitors conditions. Leaders say preparations are underway to keep the building safe and will decide on school operations for the next week based on how the storm evolves. And finally, the Cobb Chamber annual dinner was moved from this weekend to a later date because of the poor weather forecast linked to the same winter system impacting the region. Event organizers said all registrations and sponsorships will be honored for the new date. Today's weather is cloudy with a high of 53 and a low of 40. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Pleasure to have Mike Collins, U.S. Representative, representing Georgia's 10th District, also running for U.S. Senate, joining us on the Morning Xtra. Mike, how are you?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. It's Friday.
Yes, sir. Dude, I love it. That's the first thing I think about when I wake up on a Friday morning, too. Glad you feel
down till Friday morning, so
yes, sir.
I'm still good.
Yes, sir. Hey, wanted to ask you, from your position as U.S. Representative in the 10th District, a lot of your district is under, a severe weather warning. National Weather Service and Brian Kemp has made the proclamation about the weather that's coming in. What do you do from, your point of view and your seat? How do you help the folks in your district?
Yeah, we just need to make sure that we keep the information flowing to our constituents, and make sure that they understand. Hey, it's always better to prepare and err on the side of caution than it is anything else. I mean, if it doesn't happen, that's the best scenario. But just make sure that they're following GEMA and staying tuned into the news and making sure that they prepare for what may come our way in the form of ice or sleet or whatever it is. This is probably, the only time you'll ever hear me say anything like, I don't want ice in Georgia.
Yeah.
That's right. Pretty good. That's
right.
Pretty good. Mike Collins is our guest right here on the Morning Extra, obviously running for the Senate here in the state of Georgia and a representative over in Georgia 10th. I wanted to ask you about that scenario of Brian Kemp having already decided to declare this a state of emergency, and so that is supposed to preempt and basically give Georgia an access to federal dollars. How does that system work to where when we do have some of these affected areas, does that mean that it's about cleanup? Is it about getting energy crews out to there earlier? How does that affect the state of Georgia from a federal perspective?
It's about all of the above. It's about all of the above, because when you have an emergency like this, or you have a situation like this, and GEMA comes in, it's going to set up for the FEMA side of it. And, you don't have to look back but just Hurricane Helene. I know it's a different type of disaster, but, how it affects even our farmers out there, and how it just devastated throughout our communities. And the problem was, and you still have this problem, is that we had NOAA who was not designating some of these areas in the state of Georgia. You clearly see the devastation, but they weren't designating it as an emergency, and that there wasn't actually any damage. And so we need to make sure that we follow the exact steps. We follow it in order. We make sure that our I's are dotted, T's are crossed, so that as the time comes that we have to help folks. And that's part of the federal government. We have to make sure that we help people in need and make sure that they have everything available for them, and not come up with some excuse because we're a red state or whatever.
Yeah, because we feel like we've seen that and heard that before out of the federal government.
We've seen it.
Yeah, we have.
Still dealing with it.
Yeah, no question.
You got folks still dealing right now.
Yeah. It's awful. It's unbelievable. And hopefully, with your guidance, we can get some of that taken care of. Now talking about some of the fraud that we're seeing across the country, Donald Trump had said from Davos that he thinks there is a big portion of our national debt that is in fraud. You've seen upwards, I've heard from $1 billion to $8 billion to $18 billion and even $19 billion in Minneapolis alone. Can you imagine what it is in all 50 states? How do we prevent it? How do we root it out here in Georgia? Because the last thing I want to do is pay my taxes and then it go and be wasted like that.
Oh, amen, brother. I agree with you 100%. And, I think that just the mere fact that Elon put a spotlight and helped start this progression of rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse just inside the federal government. But let's take a look at Minnesota. Yeah, it's rampant. Look at Minnesota. You cannot tell me that this is not allowed. Somebody knows about it. Somebody turned a blind eye, was in on it. This just doesn't happen. And that's why I'm co-sponsoring the SCAM Act. You commit fraud against American taxpayers, or you affiliate with a terrorist organization, or commit some felony or espionage, and you're not going to meet requirements to be a U.S. citizen anyway. It's time for you to go back home and send them back home and prosecute those that we're arresting and putting in jail. Make sure they pay for their crimes. But I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. I think once you get out there, you're going to see that they're going to be able to root out more and more of this. And we just need to keep pushing wherever it takes you.
Georgia Representative Mike Collins joins us right here on the Morning Extra, also running for Senate seat right here in the state of Georgia. I believe that when you have a robust economy, that's always going to help you in an election year. And to look at what some of the data has been, Q3 GDP revised up to 4.4. Looks like we might get into the fives when it comes to Q4 with what the Atlanta Fed is saying. How much easier, as somebody with your business background, is it to talk to those residents of the state of Georgia and say, here's what's actually happening, here's the growth that's going on, and this is what you're voting for to continue this and to enable this to happen?
I think that's a lot of why we're still leading in the polls. It's because I've taken this 30 years of being beat on in the trucking industry to Congress and went up there with a business mentality of getting regulations off our backs, making sure that taxes are low, and making sure that they have the ability, because the next generation just didn't have the opportunities that I had. So it makes it easy for when I'm out there talking to people, because a lot of what we're doing And I'm surprised y'all didn't all faint on me this morning when we got all the appropriation bills done. Lord help. People say we never do that again. But that's the big things that America should focus on. But some of the things like my Permit Act that's sitting over in the Senate right now, that the Senate needs to take up and get out, that's going to do things behind the scene that's going to set up immediately just a robust economy, from whether it's building houses, roads, bridges, or even water treatment facilities, so that these small rural communities can participate in the economic boom that is taking off right now. And that's where I tell people there's so many different pieces of the puzzle that we're putting back on the board at one time. You can't just put one piece on there and then say we're done. That starts at leadership, man. It starts right up there with President Trump and what his vision and how he understands you got to run this place like a business. And then when you filter that out with people that are able to help push legislation that understand that same concept, man, we'll get this place going. It's going to go. This is good. This time next year, I'll be excited to talk to y'all and just see how well this place is taking off.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Another thing Donald Trump's doing, and this is more kind of it's national too, but locally it affects people like you in the trucking business, because Donald Trump's doing his best to take people that don't have a CDL license or a proper one, that can't speak English, can't read English, and get them off the road. And that's actually showing dividends already for natural-born American citizens that are truck drivers. That's a good thing, too, because that helps everybody.
Yeah, it does. And the thing is, that's just one example of where foreign labor has been killing the young people, their opportunities in this country. I know trucking, and yes, our trucking accident rates went up 75% year over year, and it was all due to illegal aliens out there driving trucks that couldn't read and speak English. I've been screaming about that for years. But now, but think about it. You've got great paying jobs out there. Carpentry work, roofing, it doesn't matter. That's taking the jobs away from American citizens, people that will do the job. But when you pay foreigners and you don't have to pay taxes and you pay them cash or whatever it is, that's what's got to stop. Because the young people out here are at such a disadvantage. They can't afford homes. They can't. It's tough on them to start a family, and all they want is the same opportunity that the rest of us had. And so that's part of a big part. And even if you don't say if it's a carpenter or whatever, just say, look at how much foreign labor is being brought in on the H1s.
Yeah, the H-1B visas.
With people with technical or expertise of college. Look how many people we're letting from China come in and to places like Georgia Tech or Georgia, that should be going to American citizens and letting them learn about quantum, AI. That's where we've got to focus. That's where America First comes in. That's what it means to be America First. That's what President Trump was talking about in Davos. We're back. I have no problem. I'll never be ashamed to say we are the biggest and baddest on the block.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to lead.
Yes, sir.
Mike Collins is our guest right here on the Morning Extra, and I'm so glad that you're talking about the challenges for young people, because I believe this is one of the great tragedies of losing Charlie Kirk, who was such an advocate for what was going on with them, and how globalization has largely left young people in this country behind. It's not so much that, and the argument's always been, well, hey, young people, stop buying coffee every morning. No, it goes a lot further than that. How much has that message really been resonating with young people, that a guy like Mike Collins, made his money and made his growth in the world, in the trucking industry, is saying, I understand what you're going through, and I'm trying to help fix that for you?
You know what? It's been amazing. I've had the opportunity. I've been going out to Arizona since, I think, 21. And spoke to them this past December in Arizona. But you actually see a sea change in these young people that are out there. You see this turn back towards more faith and family and freedom and just core American values. And that's fantastic. But on the flip side of the coin, we've got to fix what was taken away from them from an economic standpoint or from a federal government standpoint. Our federal government has been on a bench for decades. That's what's gotten us into this situation. This socialistic movement and push to where, government is the end-all, be-all. You got a question? Ask the federal government. And instead, what Charlie Kirk and organizations like that do are say, no, you don't look to government. Take your faith, look towards God. And we have got to back off from this government be-all, end-all thing that we've got out there. And a lot of that's set up through just what I was talking about, through regulations that have been imposed, or whether, you don't have community banks anymore. It's hard to go for these young people to even go get a loan to start a business because there's so many forms you have to fill out. Dodd-Frank did a lot of damage to this country.
I'll tell you.
There's a lot of stuff out there, and that's where I say we're pushing in so many different directions at one time, and it is incredible when you've got the right person up there that is driving the truck.
Yes, sir. Absolutely right. As we talked to Mike Collins, Georgia 10, and running for Senate here in the state of Georgia. Let's get to that polling because I know you believe in the exceptionalism of this country, as do I, as did Donald Trump, and he has put it on display in Davos. Man, he rubbed their nose in it, and I loved every second of it. It's exactly what I voted for, and it's exactly what I want to see. But being that type of person, knowing that you feel the same way, you're also leading in the polls by a 2-1 margin when it comes to the primaries.
We have been, and I just, I can't thank people enough that have called in, got on board. When you organize, and you want to organize 159 counties, at least with one county chair, you got to realize we've got over 800. And we still have people calling, hey, throw my name on the list. And I think it's because they always see, I've always looked and tried to run from, no matter where I sit in the polls, like I'm behind. And it's because I just love to work, and we push that work mentality. And it's just like getting up now. I didn't get home till after midnight, but that's okay. Man, today's another day. We like to charge every day wide open. I surround myself with a team that does that. They love it as much as I do. We want to see small businesses grow. I want to see young people have the affordability that I had when I was their age. We have the opportunity to do that, and it's just a great grassroots campaign that's going on out there. People want to change. And when they look at the one-term senator that we have and the one-term congressman that you have, and you just look at, you don't have to look any further than what's your track record.
Yeah.
What have you been able to accomplish? And it's night and day. 0 for John Ossoff. 2 bills passed and signed into law by Mike Collins.
That's what we're looking for. I think Georgians and the American public is looking for those exact things, and I think they see it with Donald Trump. I'm very, and I've said it, maybe I should be more cautiously optimistic, but I've said I'm very optimistic about the midterms. The choices are very clear. What the Democrats want to do, what they've done, and what they want to do.
Keep rioting, Minnesota. Keep doing all that stuff everywhere.
Because all it does is tell and really delineate the difference between the Republicans and the Democrats.
It does, and the thing in this case now, we've got a U.S. senator. The majority of his money is coming from California and New York,
right. out of state. It's exactly right.
And you don't think that there's not going to be? This is the time right now that you take out the incumbent the first time around, because if you don't, it's going to get harder and harder. And you don't think they're not going to call that note, do you?
Yes, sir, they are. They're going to ask for something. Mike, how do people find out more about your campaign, about you?
Look us up at MikeCollinsGA.com. You can look at Mike Collins GA across all the social media platforms out there. Like I said, we've got a great team that keep pumping out the info on what we're doing, where we're at. We'd love to have you help. Man, you come check us out, come see us, let us know if there's something you want us to do or see or talk about, and we'll be glad to do it.
Yes, sir.
At the end of the day, we need to make sure that we win this seat. We put a Republican in this seat, and we take our state.
Yes, sir. Yeah, couldn't agree with you more, and wishing you the best of luck. And we're going to be watching. We're going to be keeping up, and you're always welcome back, Mike. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Y'all have a great weekend.
Yes, sir.
Thank you
too. All right, when we come back on Xtra 106.3, have you noticed how different Jasmine Crockett sounds lately? We will point it out. That way you can hear it too. That way you can take note of what's happening. And I want to tell you about what Georgia Representative Eric Bell has introduced. It's House Bill 1013. You'll need to know about this and we will let you know next.
Morning. Hey, it's Los. Let's talk about Howard Brothers when it comes to lawn care. I know you're not thinking about it right now because we're about to get a nasty storm. And then before you know it, it's going to warm up and we're going to be dealing with this stuff. Well, this is where you go over to Howard Brothers and you talk with the good people over there about getting yourself an X-Mark for when the season gets going. Built for precision, reliability, and durability. X-Mark makes that lawn care easier so you can spend less time working and more time enjoying your yard. I know we're all focused on the weather getting chilly. We're all focused on an ice storm, but hey, we're going to have spring before we know it, right around the corner. That's where you get over to Howard Brothers before the season gets here. They got everything X-Mark to get you ready for that season. Gear up for spring with X-Mark and Howard Brothers.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, January 23rd. From the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons have started their interview process as they look for a new team general manager. The team has interviewed James Lippert, who has been working for the Houston Texans as their assistant general manager of the team. Bears assistant GM Ian Cunningham, 49ers director of scouting and football operations Josh Williams, and Steelers assistant GM Eric Weedle are all on the list to be interviewed. From the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks are back in action tonight at State Farm Arena as they host the Phoenix Suns. That tip-off is set for 7:30. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free programs, and learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
You and your buddy. You've been through a lot with each other. The ups and the downs. He's been with you every morning, noon, and night. You've traveled the world together. Heck, he was even with you on your first big date. But have you noticed he's struggling lately? Not performing on the job. He can't even stand up straight anymore. He's wanting to cry out for help, but just doesn't know how. He needs Dr. Deal and Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can give him the gift of good posture this year, help him stand proud and become all he was meant to be. Now, take him by the hand, look him in the eye and say, I appreciate you, little fella, and we're going to get you some help. We're going to call 404-777-1911. We're going to visit stopmyed.com. We are going to say goodbye to erectile dysfunction forever. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. It's a hard conversation to have, but it's one worth having. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Online at stopmyed.com.
Hey, it's a Kimmer talking about Stovall.
Yeah, I just wanted to brag on Stovall. I went up there and actually got a quote on some of their material up there, and he gave me the quotes I wanted, but he said what would work best, they don't carry, and referred me to one of their competitors. That's how good they are. And sure enough, he was right. The material he was talking about that they don't carry, it's actually going to work best for me. So I've got that on the way. It all worked out well. It makes me want to go back and buy something from them now.
Folks, when it comes to landscaping supplies, start at Stovall. 11 locations around Atlanta. Online at StovallInc.com.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
So you've heard a lot in the news about Donald Trump and Greenland. Oh, Donald Trump is going to try to take Greenland with troops. Have you seen any media member outlet try to give you an honest appraisal of just what is going on there? Why is Greenland important to the United States?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
In just a moment, going to let you know and let you hear how differently Jasmine Crockett sounds all of a sudden. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Tug and Los. Last segment of the show, thank you for being here. Hoping that you'll be prepared for this crazy weather, and you can keep it here on Extra this afternoon with the Kimmer Show. They will have the most up-to-date information as we head into this wild weekend.
Kimmer's actually going to do the show from a hot air balloon, getting up into the upper ends of the atmosphere so that he can accurately report on what is going on and what is coming in.
I love his dedication.
Yes, it's outstanding.
It is. I wonder if he's. I wonder if he's hired Neil Bortz to take him up.
Well,
Bortz is on the road.
Yeah, he is. He emailed us and said he's got the Bortz bus out, so maybe that would actually limit him from being able to fly the hot air balloon. But Bortz has done. I mean, he took he took President Jimmy Carter up in a hot air balloon. That's one of his most prized moments, he says.
Do you think Pete is at the bottom just holding onto the rope, trying to make sure that everything goes according to plan?
Either that or screaming bloody murder because he's scared to death and hanging off the side of that thing. It could be either one, really. Let me in!
Take me with you. I love you.
Kimber, I love you. And I don't want to fall to the ground to my death. I'll tell you, so probably. It does seem like a strong possibility. Have you heard about Georgia Representative Eric Bell's House bill that he's introduced? It's 1013. Have you heard about this, Los?
Yes, but I don't endorse because, let's face it, there are better flavors out there.
I think so, too. He's trying to make lemon pepper the official state chicken wing flavor. I mean, aside from the fact that I don't agree with that being the best flavor, I'm more of a smoked guy, like a dry rub on there.
Sure.
Some of that stuff is some of my favorite. And so, yeah, I'm not. I mean, lemon pepper's not bad, but I don't think it should be the state wing flavor.
Okay, here's my issue with it. This is going back to times when I used to really enjoy, all sorts of different types of chicken. Lemon pepper, I think, was always awesome on if you smoked chicken or you baked it. If you're talking about chicken wings, which normally hit a deep fryer, I've never thought that lemon pepper was good on chicken wings that way.
Yeah, it's hard to argue that point. And, Los has moved away from eating animal fats. His body doesn't, digest it, and he eats a vegan diet these days. Not because he's a soy boy. It's just a thing that his body just rejects. But you've told me, you've said that that's the thing you miss the most of all the things that you used to eat in your old diet. That's what you miss most, chicken wings.
Oh, if I get intoxicated and we're out somewhere and there's no options, like normally first and foremost the go-to is let's grab some hash browns.
Sure.
But if we're stuck at a place like we're at some volleyball tournament and there's no other options, I will start hunting for a wing.
There you go. See, that's it's just human nature.
I need like 2 wings, damn it. Tie me over.
Somebody you can have the other 8. Just give me 2.
Yeah, you can have the rest of them. I need like 2 of them, just something to put in my body.
I've got to sop up some.
It's either that or salmon, but I will tell you at midnight, salmon's not exactly available.
Wings are much easier to find at midnight.
But not lemon. I'm just saying lemon pepper is not a winning formula there.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think this is a good idea. So this would have to go, if this passed in the House, it would have to move over to the Georgia State Senate and then on to the governor. And I don't believe it's got the gas to do that.
One of the great all-time nicknames for a Georgia basketball player, Lou Williams, who played here.
Lemon Pepper Lou.
Lemon Pepper Lou. The guy had been in the league for like 13 years, and only because he went to Magic City during COVID, violated league rules, and he was like, I needed some wings.
They're the best.
Became Lemon Pepper Lou.
Yeah, they say they're the best. I've never partaken. I've never had the Magic City wings, but I hear they're the best in town. So I'm told. I don't know that for sure. I don't know that I'll ever find out. You know what I mean?
Way to cover your bases.
I'm just going to.
Oh, there's places where it doesn't matter how much of a good time you're looking to have, you're going to be out of place.
Yeah.
And Magic City, if we were 20 years younger, different. But there's no way we can roll in there, even being out of place to start with, and then be like, hey, we're just here for the wings.
Yeah, sure you are. I read Playboy for the articles. That's what it comes off like.
I love Tattletales.
Yeah.
But I haven't been to Tattletales in nearly 20 years.
That's the club that was made famous in the Motley Crue song Girls, 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 by the way.
We used to live half a mile from Tattletales. We would me and my friends would be like, hey, I want to go to Tattletales because it was $8 pitchers.
Okay, that's right. That was the reason we went.
Well, I mean, but honestly, if we're in the middle of Buckhead, then it's obviously they expect you to spend a lot more on the girls. And you enjoyed. But an $8 pitcher at that time in Buckhead? Yeah. Are you kidding? And it is a neighborhood sports bar that has strippers. That's what it is.
No, I believe you. I've never been, so I don't know. But
it's a neighborhood sports bar that has strippers. Somebody's going to back me up on this.
Well,
who's been into Tattletales? They can tell you the tale.
Rockin' in Atlanta and Tattletale. Dude, I know the lyric really, really well. It was my first concert when I was 13 years old. Motley Crue.
Tattletales Lounge, Atlanta. Yeah.
I love the way you softened your voice on the delivery when you said Atlanta. Tattletales Gentlemen's Club or whatever you said.
I'm looking at it right now online going, okay, it's different than what they've redone some stuff, but that's what it was when we were there. A neighborhood sports bar with strippers.
Atlanta. He softened it. He softened it at the end. I love it. All right, Bud, stay safe this weekend. We'll be in touch for sure. You can find us on social media at Xtra 1063, at Front Office Los, and at Tug Cowart. We appreciate you being here. Be with Kemmer this afternoon. He'll have the most up-to-date weather information. Otherwise, Beck, Clay, and Buck, and y'all come back now. You hear?
If you listen to Xtra, share it with a friend. It's how we grow and how we can reach everyone in the Atlanta community that believes in the American way of life. If you value the station, help us grow by telling someone about the Xtra 1063 app.
So maybe you've been thinking about it, but maybe you've got the question wrong. For a lot of drivers, the question has been, should I go electric? Maybe the question is supposed to be, does it make sense for me? And right now with the new 2026 Toyota BZ, it's built to fit real life. And with an estimated 314-mile all-electric driving range, quick response, and we're talking 0 to 60 in 4.9 seconds, and a quiet, comfortable ride, charge-at-home capabilities where you skip unnecessary stops, and you enjoy the drive. When you purchase at Marietta Toyota, you're buying from a dealership that's been part of the community since 1975. 3+ generations of car buyers who have realized Marietta Toyota does it better. Customer service beyond the sale is what they do. With the people in the service support to stand behind what you buy day in and day out. Right now, Marietta Toyota, 0% APR for 72 months, plus $3,500 bonus cash on a new 2026 BZ. Visit us on Cop Parkway South. Marietta Toyota, we've been here and we'll be here for you.
0% APR for 72 months equals $1,389 for $1,000 finance with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. Not all buyers will qualify. $3,500 bonus APR cash from SCTF requires financing with SCTF. Applied as a down payment. No cash back. Offer ends 2/2/26.
It starts tonight in New Mexico and Texas. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. A massive storm full of snow and sleet coating a lot of the south in ice.
We're going to have significant icing across the Carolinas, looking at potential